online family, daydreaming of exploring art online store या आप भी अपनी baking skills को
senza conosci. I'm not on your side.
You're not on our side?
Yes. Actually, my conversation with Dean got cut off before. We were talking about Israel. And I was low-key cooking him. And he was scared and ran away.
Dude, the live got banned because I was bullying you.
Oh, bullying me. Really?
Yeah, it was awesome.
Jay, I have a question. Do you think that I'm paid by the DNC and or don't have a real job?
For sure, bro. Come on.
I know it. Yeah, you're totally trolling.
No. I'm not trolling. Listen.
Okay.
I was
So then,
on
what
here before.
reason do you have to believe either of those? Can you tell me what a job is?
What a job is?
Yes, I'm currently working a job.
We're both working a job. That's so true. Yeah.
Listen, I'm not here to talk about if you fucking work a job or not. I'm here to debate why
Okay,
Trump
so
is
nice,
better
nice
candidate.
response.
Listen, how about this, Jay? I'll be the man in the middle. I understand where you're coming from. Parker's question to you, asking if you think we're paid by the DNC, did come out of nowhere, okay? But because you said that you do
It's
think
'cause
we're
he's
paid by the
insane.
DNC, now I just gotta know why. But before I know why, I do just have to thank Melissa for the $50 donation over on PayPal. Base Melissa, 500 Melissa W's down below in that chat. Melissa says, "Can't forget about you, Dean. You give me hope. I'm always watching. Keep fighting the good." Love you. That is so kind of you, both the message and the donation. I want to get this shit fucking hype. I want to get this shit pumping for Melissa's generosity and kindness. Base Melissa W's in the chat. Base Melissa W's in the chat. Thank you so very much. As well as David for the $20 super chat over on that YouTube stream saying, Trump is king! No matter what he does is good. He can do no wrong. Preach. Brother, preach. Thank you, David. As well as Vada with a 5 and Lindsay with a 5. Now back to you. Why the hell do you think we're paid by the DNC?
It was a joke. Relax. I'm just playing into your stupid games and you always fucking play with these guests. Like, I just want to actually have a real debate.
We did have a real debate. We got 20.
No, I literally cooked you. Come on.
Chat, did he cook you? Yes.
I literally explained to you why you're on the wrong side of history.
1 second. Chat, did he cook you? Yes.
Oh, wow. Your chat's really going to be on your side. Surprising. Of course.
Yeah.
What a shocker.
I really couldn't hide the evidence, bro.
What a shocker.
Yeah, all I see is somebody that is willfully ignorant and obtuse to evidence of the fact that you got absolutely royally drilled into...
Please explain to me how it's cooked.
Here, I got you. You got chocolate.
Ooh, you weren't even there, Parker.
Good boy. Good boy. Good boy.
Yeah, you got pissed because you told me that because of
Yeah, I think you didn't get to finish my point. Sure, it was so fun for you. Super fun. Yeah. So, I mean, I think you're right, so fun for you. Super fun. So, instead of just saying Zion, not
Zionists, and I know that one of the core tenets of Zionism is going to be the claiming of foreign land, which I think is
foreign land.
Colonialism and
In Judea.
bad.
So
Now,
Judea is
we
not our
are
land,
going
I
to
guess.
go back to the topic. If you are going to accuse Parker of pivoting by him asking you if you think we're paid by the DNC, talking about Zionism is obviously going to be a pivot as well. Tell us why
But it's not related, I guess.
you thought that Donald Trump was a better presidential candidate than Kamala Harris. And by the way, I'm being very kind for even keeping you on the live. I only debate people once, and the fact that you're still up here is something you should thank me for. Say thank you, sir.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate you letting me stay here to cook you. I mean, I'll happily be here to cook you.
Okay.
I have a question, Jay. Are you Christian or religious?
I'm not Christian. I mean, obviously you can tell if I'm talking about Israel, I'm probably not Christian, you know?
What? I mean, Christians talk about Israel all the time.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm sure you can assume what religion I'm connected to.
Why
No?
is he acting so weird, bro?
Yeah, he's just finding a weird way to say that he's Jewish, I think.
Yeah, but that's not the reason I support Israel.
Yeah, because you could be Jewish and not support Israel. I appreciate you for recognizing that. So, going back to the question, what made Donald Trump a better presidential candidate than Kamala Harris?
Told you, his foreign policy.
Okay, so like seriously, you don't give a shit about his bad economic policy here at home. You don't give a shit about the tariffs that are distancing ourselves from our allies. You don't give a shit about the fact that he's a Russian puppet. You only voted for him because he's going to ethnically cleanse 2.1 million people. Got it, Jay? We already went over that. I'm not going to go over it again with you.
Listen,
You suck.
His abortion rights, how he's giving it back to the states. I think that's a great thing.
Okay.
I also
should the federal government protect human rights?
For sure. Do you think abortion is a human right?
I would say access to abortion is, because I think that is a human rights violation to ingress upon somebody's bodily autonomy without good reason, and I find no good reason to ban abortion before 20 weeks in elective lethal circumstances.
Yeah, but that's not the
supply
stance
me
of
with
the
a good
Democratic
reason.
Party. That's not the stance of the Democratic Party. That was in Roe v. Wade, but that was not the stance of the Democratic Party.
I don't know. We're talking about my stance. What the fuck? I'm not a monolith. Come on.
I mean, you're a
Name one good
Democrat.
reason.
You're a Democrat, so
Name-
you align with Democratic stances.
Okay, so you're telling me that I have to... Okay, well, first of all, it was the stance of the Democratic Party. Roe v. Wade fucking is the stance of the Democratic Party.
No, they
Roe v.
want to
Wade
give abortions to everyone. Let them have it whenever they want.
Okay, Jay, you're just
Whenever
simply
they
uneducated and
choose.
You have no
You
fucking
know,
clue
you
what
want to have an
you're talking
abortion
about.
right now? Just have it.
Yo,
No
Jay, you
problem.
have no fucking clue what you're talking about. Under Roe v. Wade, it rescinds the right to get an abortion back to the states to be legislated on after the point of viability at 20 weeks. Why are you willfully disseminating false information? Okay,
told
fucking
you.
cooked. I thought that you told me that you were cooking me. Oh, what now?
That
Silence,
was
gag, come on.
That was not the stance of the Democratic Party.
Yes, it is. That is Roe v. Wade. Please look it up. Say
When was Roe v. Wade?
Say, no. You're not gonna pivot. You're not gonna pivot. Tell me that I am wrong. That under Roe v. Wade, after viability, the right to get an abortion goes back to the state level. Am I incorrect?
Dean, that was not the
No, Jay. Am I incorrect?
Obviously not.
Thank you. Okay, and what is viability? When does that typically occur? Is it around 20 through 24 weeks? Wow! So actually, the stance I did give you is the stance of the Democrat Party. Thank you very much.
Kamala was
Jay.
not for having abortions whenever. She was
Kamala
not for
Harris
that.
had the same legislative approach to late-term abortions as Donald Trump. So if you think she was for having abortions whenever, so was Donald Trump.
Yeah. And you think abortions are fine, right? You think
Yeah, I find
having-
no issue with abortions in elective legal circumstances
God, of
before
course
20
you do.
weeks.
Yeah, I know. Because you don't
Can you
care
give me
about the
one-
you don't care about the children of this country.
If you're asking me if I care about a fetus, my answer is like no. I don't think there's any intrinsic value in a fetus.
And I explained to you before, a fetus will be a baby.
Okay.
And you can't understand that, can you?
Wait, I have a question. Do you care about zygotes, unicellular human organisms?
I mean, yeah.
Oh,
I do.
You so do you think it's murder to kill one?
Wait, I've talked to this guy. His
I too?
repost is of him talking to me. No, he's not a fan. He's literally.
Parker. Come on,
Hey,
Parker.
Jay, do you think it's murder to kill a unicellular
He's
human
not a fan.
organism?
I've already debated him. I mean, if you want to keep debating.
I'm just gonna ask him this question, Kirk. Is it murder to kill a unicellular human?
Yes,
organism?
Dean, it's murder. To kill a human life, it's murder.
Okay, so let me get this one straight. Do you think that every single woman with an IUD that's sexually active that has led to the death of a zygote by not allowing it to implant into the uterine lining?
Oh my God, you're
going
gonna talk about that 2% chance. Really, you're gonna bring that 2% chance up.
Okay, well, I just want to assume that it's 2%. If I take a pew and I point it at my door and there's a 2% chance that it unalives somebody on the other side and it does, am I a murderer?
Always with these stupid analogies. Always.
An analogy that refutes your point. So please answer to that analogy.
Is he a murderer?
Am I a murderer? If there's a 2% chance that I unalive somebody, if I were to take a pew and point it at the door in front of me and it does unalive somebody, that 2% chance comes into fruition, am I a murderer?
Yes, but it's not the same.
So there could be a 2% chance of murder occurring when you engage in a particular action, and if that action does occur, guess what? According to Jay, you're a murderer. Thanks for the concession. Anything else, Mr. NPC?
Yeah, Mr. NPC.
How does that feel, buddy? You got dog walked again.
No, I didn't.
You gonna post that one? You gonna repost that? You gonna comment on something about that?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Get dog
Nope,
walked, quite
nope.
frankly.
That's unfortunate, buddy.
Jay,
Yeah, but-
Later, bud.
Goodbye.
Ben Sharmuta. Ben Zona.
Hmm?
You heard what I said?
I didn't hear what you said. I actually.
I heard what you said, but I didn't understand it.
Of course you didn't. Fucking donut.
Can you repeat it? I don't know what you said.
So are you too scared to assault me in a language that I understand.
In a language that you understand, yeah.
Are you too scared to insult me? Are you scared? Are you shaking in your boots? Are you quivering?
I'm not quivering. I'm just.
Well, obviously you are. No. Like when you insulted me,
actually-
you had to go to
believe that you
Hebrew.
guys-
I mean, I guess you couldn't take the heat if you were to insult me in English, so you had to go to Hebrew. Why's that?
Yeah, Hebrew. It's actually Arabic as well.
Okay.
If you
Uh,
look at your
can-
comment
can you-
section.
Can you tell me why you said that? Like, what'd you say? You want to tell us what you said?
Yeah, like you
Or
insult
are
me
you
in
too
English.
scared?
Insult me in a way that I'll understand. Come on, don't be scared.
Oh, I'm not scared, Dean.
So I'm gonna insult me in a language that I
Can
understand.
you just like say it to him then?
You guys are on the wrong side of history if you support Palestine. I just want to let you know that.
Wow, I guess he's shaking in his
Okay.
boots. Everybody, the guest
So,
is scared. El guest, he's running
we're
away.
on the wrong side of history for saying
Yeah,
human
Parker.
beings
Parker.
matter. You're very pro-life. when
Of
it comes-
course human beings
very
matter.
pro-life.
Did I
You're
ever
very
say they didn't
pro-life.
matter?
Very pro-life
ever
of you not to care about Palestinian lives.
Yeah, not when they're killing babies. Of course, I'm not going to support
That's
anyone.
such a ridiculous claim to say that all Palestinians are killing babies. What an insane take. What about the Palestinian babies that have died? Why don't you condemn it on both sides? Why don't you condemn innocent babies
I do
dying
condemn it
on
on both sides. I
You
do
didn't. You
condemn it on
didn't
both sides.
though.
But I look at who started the conflict.
Started? When do you think it started?
Started a long time ago, actually.
So when?
Long time ago. 1948.
Okay, so what in 1948 happened? Do you
The
think started?
partition
it?
plan.
So you think it was started by Palestinians? You think Palestinians
Can
were the
I-
ones who started the conflict?
I just want to say,
When you scream to the river to the sea,
so Jay, I do
Moves
just
the
want to
whole land,
clarify
bud.
that what you're giving us is an ahistorical false take. But what I'm going to do
How is
is
it a false take?
I'm going to instead assume that it's true
ooh,
because you still look crazy. You're telling me that you only condemn Palestinians that kill Israeli babies and not Israeli individuals that kill Palestinian babies because
Yeah, 'cause it's
in the
different.
1940s,
different. 'Cause it's
before
different.
anybody alive,
Jay, you think it's
any
okay
of
to
these
kill
babies that were-
Palestinian
okay,
babies?
can I-
You
can I
fucking
just-
weirdo. I'm sorry. That's just so gross.
okay,
not
I
on
just wanted
purpose.
to be able to finish on the
Listen,
point there.
when Hamas is shielding themselves from
Okay,
Palestine,
I really just wanted to be
Of course
able to,
they're gonna get
I
killed.
just wanted to be able to finish out
Dude.
my. Okay.
So
yeah.
fucking disgusting.
Human shield. Have you heard of it?
Hey, Jay, real quick. What's 4 + 4?
What's 4 + 4? Are you serious right now?
Jesus Christ! Of course, the
8.
Zionist doesn't know what 4 + 4
It's
is.
8. Oh, and
8,
now you're
thank
using
you.
Zionist as
Hey,
a bad term.
hey, hey.
Like I'm a bad person because I'm a Zionist.
Hey, Jay, you
You're
said
a
the
bad
answer was 8?
person.
So basically, we decided to say it was a Zionist after wasting everybody's. Basically, the whole point is this. I remember 2 years ago, well, it's been more than a year, I remember last year, when this whole thing, it kind of got to a head. Well, apparently this has been happening for a long time, right? It's been happening for a long time. And the UN has several reports about the situation. So, unless we ignore the UN says, which to be fair you can, that's the problem here.
For saying it's
Wait,
okay to
just-
kill Palestinian
I
babies.
just want to clarify, Jay. You said the answer was 8, right?
Yes.
8 you up. Get the fuck out of here, bud.
So disgusting, dude.
No, actually disgusting, yeah. Traceless, thank you for the $10 donation over on YouTube Super Chat. I do really appreciate you for the love, Traceless. At least 1,000 W Tracelesses in that chat right now. As well as Mellis with the $20 Super Chat over on YouTube. Thank you so much, Mellis. Mellis says for cooking this guy the first time around and now a second time now. Yeah, dude just, must be masochist or something, which wants to be cooked. I don't know, man. Thank you for the love, Mellis. It's incredibly kind of you. At least 200 W's for Mellis. That is Mellus. Then Traceless for another $10. Thank you so much. And also, let's see if there's anything new over on the Venmo. I think that there is. Donald with a $20 donation over on Venmo. 200 W's for Donald down below in that chat right now. Thank you so much. And then Sarah with a 5. You guys are awesome. Show some love. And then Christopher with the $15 over on PayPal. Thank you, Christopher. Huge shout out to Donald, Christopher, and Mellis. All right, Cole.
How long you been live, Dean?
I don't know. Let's see. 2 hours. No. 3. No. Wait. Maybe. Yeah. About 3 hours.
Dale, thank you so much for the $25 for thanks what you do. Keep it up, yo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Andrew, thank you so much for the dollar. By the way, everyone, my main account is like on account warning right now. So follow this account. I'll be on this account until tomorrow at least. So I'll try to post on this account. So make sure you're following this account. I would likely say like 90% of you in here do not follow me at least. Lay, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much. Jade, thank you for the dollar as well. Thank you.
Coldy,
How you doing?
I'm doing good, man. Did you vote for Donald J. Trump?
I did, and first off, I do just want, even though we may disagree politically, it's the last thing I want to say on this situation. I want to applaud you guys for how you handled that situation with Harry. No matter politics, I give credit where credit is due, and props to you guys.
Goldie, I appreciate you for what on the surface seems like a very kind, very good faith gesture, but it makes me very curious. If you think that the adequate response, some of the actions that you're familiar with, is to distance yourself from that person, why have you not held that same energy as it relates to your unwavering, well, we don't know if it's unwavering, I'll be good faith, to your current support for Trump? Donald Trump is a greatest.
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think he raped Eugene Carroll.
So then, I'm actually going to make this interesting. Why
I
do
will
you
break it-
believe? Well, one second. You believe that Harry had like lied and manipulated to women, right?
I do.
Your only evidence for that is testimony from the women. So tell me
And
why
the-
Eugene Carroll's testimony, on top of 2 years of discovery inside of a civil court with the testimony from therapist notes from the 90s, as well as 6 to 7 others that told the same story that led a unanimous jury of 9 to agreeing, is just simply not enough. That's why I say that there are so many people on the right that are so incredibly hypocritical about the situation. I just don't believe that it could be any more symmetrical. Well, I mean, like
Okay,
symmetrical in
so-
the sense of it is so obvious that you hold different evidentiary standards as it relates to somebody like Trump that you're predisposed to like,
popsicle, icicle, testing, 1, 2, 3. Popsicle, icicle, testing, 1, 2, 3. Popsicle, icicle, testing, 1, 2, 3. Popsicle, icicle. Icicle, testing, 1, 2, 3. Popsicle, icicle, testing, 1, 2, 3. Popsicle, icicle, testing, 1, 2, 3. Popsicle, icicle, testing, 1, 2, This is what I don't get though. What I don't get is why. This is what I don't get though. What I don't get is why. This is what I don't get though. What I don't. So if you're not paying attention, this guy said two completely false things and just does. This is one of the behaviors of magoids. Oh. Can't spell fucking behavior. Anyway, without addressing anything. Like, this is not an argument. This is just simple facts. Let's quickly confirm the Eugene versus Donald Trump. Okay, she filed her second thief against Donald Trump, renewing her claim for defamation. Testimony. Accusation against Trump was more severe than the accusation about the women. Jury verdict. Okay. $30,000 false misleading statements. So initial accusation, defamation, damage. Trial statement, deposition of Trump. Oh. So Trump was shown the photograph he had characterized as a charity event, but proceeded to mistakenly identify the image of Carol as his second wife, Marla Maples, despite his first wife, Ivana Trump, also being in the picture. Upon recognizing his mistake, he protested the photo was very blurry, but he confirmed that all of his wives were his type, and that by type he primarily meant physical type. So he basically said, not basically, he literally said, Eugene Carroll, that's my type. So even on his original premise, he was flat out wrong, you know. So, I mean, Trump being a liar is like, everybody just goes, oh, I know he's not a very moral person, which is such a cop-out. That's a cop-out. You're not picking the head of your homeowners association. You're picking the head of 300 million people, fellow citizens in a country. If you can't pick that person to at least a relative moral standard, what business do you have holding anybody else in the entire country to any standard at all, ever? Like, what do you mean you're going to tell someone who is working at a grocery store that they should be a conscientious person? This is the kind of person you're supporting. Oh. Okay, so let me see. Reported. Unless you see it as, unless you see these as lies, I'm pretty sure the records can be sourced. But this is the problem. This is the problem.
Don't pivot, man. Don't pivot. I don't want you to ask. I don't want you to ask another question. I want you to give us your thoughts about the information I and Parker just shared.
Yo, Sid, thank you so much for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much for both you both going live early. I'm sorry, I'll try to be live a bit later.
Why was it not brought to criminal court? And why
Lana, thank you for the $3 Canadian dollars. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. W's for Sid though in the chat. Thank you so much, Sid. I really appreciate it, Sid.
The reason I don't want to answer those questions is because I want you to acknowledge that your first point was not only false but also very harmful.
You can't say an opinion was false. I mean,
what? Wait, race realism is an opinion. Is race realism false?
People have the opinion that are
Dean, that was not the proper way to go with this. You have to go with something that even the most unreasonable person won't bullshit you about, because he's about to give you some bullshit right now. You have done something simple, 2 + 2 is 4, or the sky is blue, or something like that. That way, when he says something dumb, you can call him out for being dumb. You're doing the whole call out bit, right? So
It's fine, that's false.
Well, yes, but
Is race realism false?
yes.
Huh. Opinions can be false. No fucking way. Wow. Oh man. You know, a lot of the dunks I get on the stream are in all actuality me expressing commonsensical people.
Okay, so the reason I actually wanted to come up here was to discuss why I voted for Trump, which is the three main reasons were his stance on abortion.
I don't know why you're just going to completely pivot away from the fact that you had literally no evidence and no reason to dispute the case against Donald Trump in terms of essay. You undermine the court system, you undermine the rule of law or democracy, right? Our Constitution, every single thing that you considered a fundamental value of this country. For Donald Trump, you're going to violate everything that you see to be American because of Donald Trump.
that's actually the main thing in a nutshell. Even if you don't like your country, if you're picking a president who clearly doesn't see eye to eye with other branches of government, you have to ask yourself, is it worth it? Is this person worth it? Because what people always forget is that it's not just the now or the current economic situation. What happens in 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years? Things that people did, it's still being discussed, it's still being considered. So when you say, I'm
saying is there are reasons. All I'm saying is it should be looked into again.
What should be looked into again? The 9 jurors unanimously determined this.
Okay, I think that you should take maybe 5 Democrats and 4 Republicans, put them on a jury.
For this guy, sexual assault is a partisan issue. Now, of course, you can make the case, oh, he did the case, he got convicted. But I need you to ask yourself that if evidence is given in a case and the jury decides on a case, quiet jury, nobody knows where they are, hidden identity, how exactly do you ensure it? Saying 5 Democrats, 4 Republicans, that shouldn't, in a sane world, have anything to do with sexual assault. Simple. It's not about party. It's about the fact that he has this evidence against him. Quite simply, that's all it is. That's all it is. It's not about this posturing.
And see what the evidence.
You know that Donald Trump's lawyers helped pick the jury.
Okay, and at the time, maybe he didn't think it was going to be a big deal like this.
Okay. You're gonna have a million excuses. What if? But you'll never say, what if Donald Trump's guilty? You'll never once say that. Never once in that mind will that go across it.
What if he is guilty? And if he gets proven guilty in a court of law,
Dumbass, he was proven guilty in a court of law. That is what he's saying. He was proven guilty. It's not a what if. And that's why these streams infuriate me so much, because why are you doing this? What are you doing?
I will come up here like
He
in a court
was.
of,
He literally was. He literally was. Dude, I can't
in
even.
a civil court, in a criminal
Do you not
court.
accept civil courts? Okay, so then you don't accept any of the civil courts that say we need to deport people. You don't accept any of those civil courts. Or you don't accept the thousands of different civil cases that held their abusers accountable, right, in civil courts in New York because the statute of limitations was passed for criminal cases. Oh, you do accept civil cases in those scenarios? So then why don't you accept a civil case in this scenario?
Because rape is a serious crime, and if it was really such a big deal,
And it's like a court has determined that. A unanimous decision from a court has determined this. If you had a friend, right, that was held civilly liable unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people for forcibly penetrating a woman's vagina against her will, would you stay friends with them?
I don't know.
You don't know? You don't know.
I would probably. I'm not friends with Trump.
You don't know. Just say yes. Just say yes. Just say yes. Don't do that. Don't do that. Just say yes. Don't, like, this is the thing. People come up here and decide, I'm going to be the most obtuse, annoying ever, and just pretend. Just pretend. Just pretend upon. Just say yes.
What do you mean examine the facts? The jury examines the facts, bro.
Okay, the jury can be biased, especially with a political figure.
Yeah, this just all points out the hypocrisy even more. All of this points out the hypocrisy even fucking more. You don't give a shit about anything that you think that Harry has done or things that he has done at all. You just use that as a talking point because he's a liberal and this exposes it. It's so disingenuous and I hate it so much.
I hate that Harry does that because you actually demean it.
Yeah.
You demean it.
Can we
Yeah.
all right, I'll admit that.
You mean
I just want you guys.
And like, wait, Colby, according to Don, yeah, Colby was on another person's live stream for Harry.
That's not no.
Anything else you want to say before we move on?
I want to debate on policy.
Can you name two Trump economic policies?
Economic, the Tax Cut and Jobs Act, and the Dow Act, he actually
Name one provision within the Tax Cut and Jobs Act.
increasing the child tax credit.
From what? To what?
Okay, let me know the exact numbers on top of my head.
Yeah, 1,000 to 2,000.
Okay, well, I don't do this for a living.
Okay, and do you think that
This is the other stupid thing they say. I don't do this for a living. My brother in Christ. These people who are doing this for a living, they have to know what 100 different angles, policies, different situations. You said you wanted to debate on policy. They said, okay, name 2 policies. You named 2, which actually is better than like 90% of the callers. But then you say, oh, I don't know the numbers off the top of my head. My brother, that was your choice. You could have picked anything. Stop saying, oh, I don't do this for a living. Well, then what are you doing here? What's the point?
increasing the child tax credit schedule, then you would agree that increasing it from $2,000 to $6,000 for the first child's life, $3,600 to $3,500, or $3,000 to $8,000 would be even better. Am I right?
Yeah, and I didn't
And that's
say
what
that.
Kamala Harris was advocating for.
I know. I didn't say every single one of Kamala Harris' policies. I disagree. I told you that.
Yeah, bro, your mom's on your ass.
Not
Your mom's on your ass. How does it feel, bud?
But what I was going to say is because of immigration policy, abortion policy, and probably foreign policy would be the third.
Okay, before we continue, I got a couple of things here. Yo, Angelina, thank you so much for the $20 super chat over on YouTube. $200 for Angelina. Angelina says this is why we choose the pair. Absolutely, Angelina. Makes so much sense to me. Hopefully, it makes sense to everybody else as well. Also, Veda, thank you for the $20 super chat over on YouTube. Shout out to Veda and
Godzilla, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Godzilla. I really
Thank
appreciate it. Thank you.
for
Yeah, Trinity Austin, you're just gonna get more people to send me money. I hope you know that.
Sugar cookies with that money. You are awesome, Veda. Huge shout out to Veda. Thank you so much. And then also Veda with the $10 as well, saying you cooked him last time. In reference to the last guys, thank you so much. As well as Irene with the $5 on Venmo, Nina with the $5 on Venmo, and then Donald with $20. I did already thank you for that, but thank you guys so much. If you're watching live and you want to support me, keep the stream on. Or leave a message over on YouTube where you can also support me on Super Chat. Like 100% of the proceeds on the platforms and they go directly to support the stream. Alright.
See, there's this troll that's always in our lives. Have you ever seen Trinity Austin? That's like horrible. They would literally get banned on 1 million accounts, and they're like mad in the comment section that people are sending me money. I literally just told people like, you're literally gonna get people to like send more money, and they're in the comment section spamming in all caps. I hate you.
I always find that one funny. I always find that one very funny. Okay, Colby, let's start with, do you say you like his economic policy?
I said foreign policy, immigration.
What do you like
policy.
about his foreign policy? Well, actually, I want to start with immigration. Name one long-term solution that Donald Trump has to reduce undocumented migration into America.
Number one, mass deportations. They're criminals, get them out.
Okay.
Uh,
Well, can I cut you off there?
Sure.
If we were to leave our border provisions the same as they are today and just deport all undocumented migrants in America, that's not going to slow
Trinity, you
undocumented
can, like,
migration into America. in the long
leave
term.
the
So
live.
that just straight up wasn't a response to my
You don't have to
question.
stay in the
But
live,
even if it
Trinity.
was undocumented
Susan, thank you for the
migration,
$20 YouTube super chat. Thank you so much, Susan. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Susan. I appreciate the $20 YouTube super chat. Thank you so much.
In every single conceivable circumstance. Name one reason why mass deportation is better than mass amnesty insofar as offering non-violent undocumented migrants a pathway to residency or citizenship.
Because do it the legal way like the rest of us, our ancestors did. Number two,
Wait, our ancestors did it the legal way? The legal way was genociding like 50 million Native Americans? Are you kidding me?
my
I'm pretty
ancestors
sure it's more
came
than
from Italy in the 1900s, so
So not like the original colonializers, right?
no,
Well, I have a question. Did they come in the early 1900s?
They did.
Okay.
Oh,
How long did it take them to get into the country?
5
Legally?
years.
5 years? It took 5 years? Do you think it should take 5 years?
I don't think that, and I think there needs to be immigration reform.
Wait, in the early 1900s, it took 5 years?
Yeah.
I don't think that's true.
It's probably like including. Like I was about to say travel time, but that's not even 5 years.
No.
That's just not true. No, you just came in. You literally you got on a ship and you came in through Ellis Island.
No, they actually got denied because my great grandfather was originally part of a mafia when he was like 17, so he had to.
Okay,
go-
it would be crazy if I just told you I didn't care. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I understand that's rude, but I just want to get back to the point here.
I'm just telling you why it took 5 years.
Okay, all right. So here's my point. Any way that we look at it, whether it's through a lens of humanitarian concerns, through practical concerns, or through economic concerns, offering undocumented migrants a pathway to residency citizenship just simply makes more sense. Like for economic
this?
concerns, for instance, undocumented migrants pay over $100 billion per year in taxes, as well as a growing American.
Kayla, thank you for the $5 to piss off Trinity. Thank you so much.
Goes $175 billion in upfront costs and $100 billion per year in opportunity costs, plus slow GDP growth, plus a smaller labor wage, meaning that American industries don't perform as well. About humanitarian concerns, I hope I don't need to explain to you why offering undocumented migrants a pathway to residency or citizenship would be better for them compared to mass deportation. So I bet we could just accept that one. Then about practicality concerns, it is the case that undocumented migrants want citizenship, undocumented migrants don't want to be deported, meaning that they'd be more compliant with a pathway to residency or citizenship compared to mass deportation. So really, like any way that we look at and examine this issue, it's just merely better to offer them a pathway to residency or citizenship. Like the one argument you gave me was that well, they need to come in the legal way. So the reason why
you don't just get
so
to
many
cut them
individuals
off.
have entered into our country use of
No,
undocumented means.
Dean, you don't just
Listen,
get- you don't just get to cut them
I'm
off.
not talking. Of course, you're not going to address any of the concerns that I already gave you, of course. So the reason why individuals migrate with the use of illegal means into America is because the legal means of migration are so bad. It's not like they don't want to not be a citizen. It's not like they don't want to be under threat of deportation. It's not like they don't want to be not eligible for like a driver's license, an SSN, etc. It's because the legal means of migration are incredibly slow and I place most of that culpability on our government, more so Republicans and Democrats, because they would rather use undocumented migration as a talking point to scare white people and to thinking that undocumented migrants are subhuman aliens, cue like the whole illegal alien thing to get their vote. So they've neglected those illegal means of entry. So I think the culpability insofar as why so many individuals have entered into our country with use of undocumented means falls on our government. And then for the three reasons I gave you, the individuals that are
Traceless, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Okay, so number one,
I know,
I'm
it's
gonna use an
actually
analogy
crazy.
here.
It's actually
If the line is long at McDonald's in the drive-thru, and I cut the line, that's a really shitty thing to do, right?
Yeah, because you're like disparaging other people. Undocumented migration doesn't disparage other people; it only helps other people.
No, it does, because the people that are waiting to do it legally, it disparages them.
If people are purposefully making the line longer, why wouldn't you do that?
But like undocumented migrant, they're not cutting in a line. But I guess answer the
Yes, they
question because
are.
even if they did, no, they're not. Who does undocumented migrant disparage and how?
The people that are trying to do it legally, and
How does
you're
it
just-
disparage them? How does it disparage them?
You're basically cutting the process and avoiding
How?
the process.
Wait, no, they're not cutting in the process because they're not involved in a process as they're undocumented.
And they should be. They're criminals if they enter illegally.
You don't care about criminals. You voted for one. Now answer to my point. You said that they're disparaging other people. Name one way that undocumented migrants in our country that have not committed violent crimes hurt, harm, or affect anybody in America, including legal migrants.
Tim, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much. And then Dan,
No,
thank you
don't
for the
cut me
$5.
off.
Here's
Don't
going
cut
to
me
piss
off.
Trinity off. Thank you so much.
So
You
please,
talk-
name one way.
Talking fast and cutting me off is not debating. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. He talks fast. That's a
I do.
bad
I do.
think that's debating.
I do. I talk fast because I'm used to getting cut off by other people, so I try to get my point out with
You talk
as
fast
little
and
time as
cut people
possible.
off. That's
Okay,
the same
so
thing.
how about you stop fucking like whining and answer my question? What is
It's the
one
same
way that
thing
undocumented
Parker
migrants in America that have not committed violent crimes hurt, harm, or affect anybody in America or America as a whole?
It is the same thing that Parker did at Jubilee with Charlie. He just talked fast with pre-memorized information.
Good to know
and
you're a fan, man. Answer my question. Stop dodging.
So anyway, I think that you're disparaging anybody who you're getting welfare number one from the government, which you shouldn't be. They're American citizens that aren't even getting welfare that should be. But so you should not be getting welfare if you're illegal when our American citizens.
But
and
they're
our
not.
veterans
They're
are
not.
free.
They're not. They don't. They literally don't even fucking qualify. How do you qualify?
What about the debit cards? What about
Wait,
the phone?
can you tell me how you qualify for welfare?
Being jobless? I don't know.
How
You
do
tell me,
No, you have to be a U.S. citizen.
Yeah, then how are they getting debit cards and phones?
You're talking about asylum seekers going through a legal process where in order to be able to like survive during the points where they can't work because of our certain laws, right? They literally need things to be able to feed their children. Susan, think of the $10. Thank you so much. That's also state policy, not federal. And then Traceless, think of the $5. Thank you so much. All to piss off Trinity. Thank you so much.
Either way, our veterans should be taken care of before illegal immigrants.
Yeah, name one policy that Donald Trump has ever passed or
cutting
wants to
the
pass to
VA.
help homeless, to help disparage veterans.
He's cutting the VA.
The answer is no policy. You act like you care about people that are in unfortunate financial situations, but then you vote for the candidate that has never done anything for individuals in unfortunate financial situations and only wants to make those situations worse by tariffs, which regressively impact low-income Americans the most, and fucking cuts to the VA, cuts to Medicare, cuts to cancer research.
So,
Stop
okay,
fucking
if you're in a
virtue
tough
signaling,
financial
shut up,
situation-
I'm fucking speaking, and you're fucking listening. So now, to move on back to my fucking point, I asked you to name one way that undocumented migrants hurt our country, and you said, oh, by getting welfare. So they don't. They fucking don't. The only form of quote-unquote welfare that undocumented migrants, are applicable for anywhere in our country is, what is it, Medi-Cal in the state of New York, not in the state of New York, in the state of California, for some forms of healthcare for particularly low-income migrants. And I didn't know that making sure individuals had the ability to get a fucking cavity filled or to get a cast on their arm if they break it was this terrible, morally atrocious thing. But it doesn't even fucking matter because that only costs the state of California's government about $8 billion per year. Meanwhile, undocumented migrants as a whole generate our country over $100 billion in taxes per year. So it is the case that they put significantly more in than they take out, and they're better at productively providing with less benefits than you, I, or any other American citizen that can get things like Social Security, can get things like Medicaid, Medicare, etc. So if your only complaint is draining resources, well, it actually drains resources specifically to undocumented migrants when you deport them. That is the only time that we have billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars going from our government to undocumented migrants is when you deport them. That is the only federal system that will spend any money on undocumented migrants is a mass deportation. So fucking please stop spewing this bullshit, stop engaging with this propaganda, and address reality.
So if they're so good for our country, why don't we just let anybody in and abolish borders altogether?
Well, I think that we should have as many legal ports of entry into our country as possible, while only screening individuals for prior violent offenses.
All right, so let's just let anybody in.
Yeah, if they haven't committed a prior
Wait, what's the
violent
reason why you
offense,
think they shouldn't be able to be allowed into the country?
Because it's America, and any other country in the world has very strict immigration policies.
No, but like just because other countries have certain laws doesn't mean we should have that law too. Are you saying that when like slavery was legal around the entire world, that you think slavery should have been legal?
No,
Okay, so just because it is legal worldwide doesn't mean it should be legal.
I don't think that we're not going to agree on this, and I don't think that they should come in here without going through the process that we currently
Why?
have. Because I just don't.
So you think they should just follow the law, but then you voted for a convicted criminal held civilly liable
Oh
sexually
my
abusing
Lord.
woman that literally released violent criminals who pled
Is that
guilty
the only
and admitted
talking
to
point
beating
you
cops.
had?
You didn't listen to a single thing that I said.
Sleepy Joe pardoned somebody that 60 days after getting his sentence commuted went out and committed another crime.
Okay, there are plenty of people that have recommitted under Donald Trump's. Secondly, can you tell me who?
I don't know the guy's name.
No, I mean like, can you give me any source? Could you give me a news?
Any
Any article? Any article?
All right, let me go find one.
And Nova, thank you so much for the $5 for Trinity Heart. Haha. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. JJ, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said, don't know if Dean saw mine as well. Oh, I think I'll make sure to check. Mackenzie, thank you for the $2. Andrew, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That is very true. Christina, thank you so much for the $10. And then Traceless, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Traceless. But yes, do give it a second, everyone. Do give it a second, everyone. Do tap that screen. Let's run it up to. Oh, also Traceless, thank you for the $5 as well. Twice. Thank you so much. And the $10. Thank you so much. Said anyone coming to this country looking for a better life and doesn't actually provide a threat to our country should be allowed in, especially when the biggest threat to our freedoms is the leader. That's so true, right? Like, he's so worried about immigrants being a threat to our freedoms when the president of the United States is the biggest threat to our freedoms that he voted for. He's so worried about people being criminals and people violating the law when the person that he voted for, the person that he promotes at the top of his party, is a convicted criminal who literally pardons and releases people who literally have violently
So
gained
Biden actually pardoned
I'm back now. I had to watch something. real
Chinese
quick.
spies and SMEX offenders.
Okay, what's the SMEX offender that he pardoned? Because what's
The
gonna happen
Japanese-
is you won't be able to
Fact check.
claim-
Yes,
so-
Biden commuted the sentences of Chinese spies and
Oh,
sex-
hey, bud. Do you know what it means to commute a sentence?
Yeah, I do.
What does it mean?
It means you let them out of jail.
No.
No. Like the Chinese spies and SMEX offenders that you're referencing were individuals on death row that he took out of death row and put in life in prison. Come on, bro. Really?
Horrible argument.
Really? Fucking really, Coldy?
Well, what about abortion?
What about something else? I gotta thank a couple donors. Rose, thank you for the $4 over on PayPal. That's incredibly kind of you. Then Kevlon, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. I do really appreciate you so much for the love, Kevlon. And then Iris with the $2 and Katie with the $13 over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, Katie. That is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much. Everybody, please show some love to Katie down below in the chat with the $13, and I mean that very seriously. Thank you so much for the love. I'd also like to thank Mr. Thomas. Mr. Thomas, you're always here, man. You know I love you. With the $20 donation on Venmo, let's get some W. Thomases in that live chat. That is so incredibly kind. Thank you so much. Everybody, please show some love to Thomas. And then also Jessica with the $10 saying keep debunking misinformation. I'll never stop, quite frankly. Thank you for the 10. And Chris with the $4.20. Nathan with the $2. And Wendy with the $20 over on Venmo saying for my converted to liberal boyfriend. Wendy's boyfriend, Wendy. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much for the love. And then, of course, Veronica with the $10. That is very kind, Veronica. And Howard with a $25 donation over on YouTube Super Chat. I really appreciate you for that love, Howard. You're the man. Howard says you're brilliant, Dean. Much love to you, Howard. Much love to you, Howard. Thank you. Thank you so much. And I mean that. And also Chalk with the $2 over on Super Chat. I do appreciate that. Thank you.
Afia, thank you so much. I appreciate the £2. Thank you so much. I would debate anyone. And then Nathan, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
All right, so
Tony, how are you?
I am 18.
Where were you born in?
2007,
What month?
February.
Okay, so you didn't vote for Trump.
Well, no, but I supported him.
I think that you're probably under 18.
Dean kicked me. Dean kicked me, chat. Dean kicked me. Wow. What is this blasphemy? What is this blasphemy?
Well, we'll get Parker back up here. We're
Dude,
gonna
what
just
the
load in
fuck?
next guest.
Eldine.
The fuck is he?
What the fuck, dude? Eldine.
Where'd he go? He just
Thank you for
disappeared.
$2. Thank you.
Hey, how old are you? Parker, come back.
Bro
Where is
says
he,
come
bro?
back
What the
after
fuck?
kicks me out. Is
Parker,
crazy.
text me if you're in the queue. CD. Thank you so much. I do really appreciate you so much for that, CD. You are
Kicking me
quite
out
frankly,
is
phenomenal. Thank you,
diabolical,
CD.
bro.
W's for CD. Hey man.
L Dean's in the
Hey,
chat,
man.
everyone, for kicking me out again. Again.
W Deans.
What?
gotta say.
Dude, I am doubling down on kicking me out.
Baselessly listen to me and spam W Deans in the chat. Just do it. Let me just control your mind for no reason at all. Just start spamming W Deans. Just do it for no reason. That's right. You guys are awesome. Jamie with the $10 over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, Jamie. Huge shout out to Jamie replacing W Deans with W Jamies. Ah, you guys are awesome. Look at all those people spamming W Deans. Let's go. It was a Derek.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Derek. Want to come a little bit closer to that mic?
Yeah, I'm just talking on the phone.
Nice, dude. You vote for Trump?
Yeah.
Derek, be frank with me. Why'd you do it, man? Why did you vote for Trump?
Can I ask you a question quick?
Yeah, you can.
What do you think about your buddy Harry?
Well, I did just see that he posted a video saying addressing everything. I'm gonna give that a watch. I've kind of already shared a lot of my public thoughts on the internet. I'm sure you can find them somewhere. But why did you vote for Trump?
Because Joe Biden let 20 million illegals in the country.
Okay, are you, like, do you actually believe that? Like, I'm being serious. Do you actually believe that?
Can you prove he didn't?
Do you want me to prove you wrong? I can,
Sure.
but typically you first have to justify that you're right. Is that reasonable?
So you don't agree the border was open?
Yeah, I don't agree. The border was open. What did he do to open it?
He took away Remain in Mexico, shut down the border wall.
So was the border open under Donald Trump's term before 2019 when the Remain in Mexico policy wasn't implemented?
Say it again?
Was the border open under Trump
Yes.
before he implemented the Remain in Mexico policy in 2019? So from like 2017 to 2019, that shit was wide open under him?
Yes.
No.
No, of course not. So, when there's no Remain in Mexico policy under Trump, the border's closed, but
No, it
it's
wasn't
open under
open.
Biden because there's no Remain in Mexico policy.
well,
Also,
well,
why would I'm not done. I'm still exploring your mind.
Okay.
Why would the Remain in Mexico policy close the border? Do you know what the Remain in Mexico policy did?
Okay, well listen, how come he's been president for 2 months?
Please,
and how come he's been president for 2 months and border crossings
Of
are
course,
at record lows?
I don't mind answering that question after you answer mine.
How come they're at record lows?
Of course, I don't mind answering that question after you answer mine. Do you know what the Remain in Mexico policy did?
I don't remember. I don't study politics.
Exactly, Derek. That's why I say they're just fucking spewing propaganda. You're like, under Biden's term, he opened the border by getting rid of the Remain in Mexico policy. But even when there wasn't the Remain in Mexico policy under Trump, it was
All right,
closed. But
okay,
I actually just allow me to finish. I don't even really know what the Remain in Mexico
Folks, think of it,
policy even did. But I know that when he got rid of it, opened the border. Just for your education, it's important. The Remain in Mexico policy was an executive order ushered in by Trump to essentially have asylum seekers that had pending claims in America wait out that process in Mexico. It's bad for a lot of reasons. We don't need to get into them because I want to address the meat on the bone here. You told me, well, tell me why not even 2 months after Trump's inauguration, we've seen border crossings plummet. It's because he's done shit like deploying the National Guard to the southern border. It's because before Biden left, he implemented an executive order that caused crossings to decline by 70%, and we've seen that trend continue. I don't care about any of these things, though. Even the executive order from Biden, I'm gonna be honest, I don't give a shit about it, because they're not long-term solutions. Derek, buddy, unmute that mic and tell me what you think causes migrants to use undocumented means to enter into America. I promise this is the most relevant, the most important question of our entire conversation on the live here today.
Because everybody wants to come to America.
No, I did not ask you what causes immigration to America. I asked you what specifically causes immigrants who use undocumented means to come into America.
Oh, because the immigration system is terrible.
Spot on, Derek. That was a very good response, and it was also very true. The only way to reduce undocumented migration into America in the long term is to fix the legal processes of migration. Name one time Donald Trump has ever stood in front of a podium and said that he wants to make the legal means of migration into America better.
Say that again. Sorry, my dog was barking.
Give me one example of Donald Trump even just saying that he wants to make the legal means of migration into America better.
I don't know. We probably didn't. Nobody really has made it
You
better, have they?
repeat yourself?
I said I don't know. I said nobody's really made that process better in the last how many years, have they?
Democrats and Republicans, both not focused on it, both use it as a political pawn, but the Biden-Harris administration did try to pass a bipartisan border bill, which did include more expenditure on courts at the southern border to expedite legal claims of asylum, residency, and citizenship, which was at least at the minimum a step in the right direction, which Donald Trump responded to by telling Republicans
Killer,
to
think the
torpedo it and
$5.
vote it down. So
505.
although both parties are in some sense culpable of engaging in the same issue, it's a case that MAGA is extremely worse.
But a lot of that bill was fat.
Yeah, but
If
they
you look
still
through it.
passed the pork. They passed the pork. The $80 billion for the other countries, they still passed that shit. They just
Yeah.
read out the border provisions.
Yeah, and then those border provisions solo did not pass. I mean, I think the $20
Yeah, but
for
the thing
LD.
is-
Thank you so much. Really appreciate Joshua. I think the $10. Thank you. And Trixie, think the $10.
The thing is, you never needed a bill to shut down the border. Look at the last 2 months. The
You
crossing
do
was
for a
down. You
long-term
didn't need a
solution.
bill.
We just talked about this. What he did with an executive order was nothing more than a show of power
sure,
to like
fine,
make
sure,
his
but that bill-
little fans and supporters clap and cheer. It doesn't fix fucking anything. Okay, that's like putting a band-aid on a 4-inch incision. What we need to reduce undocumented migration is a legitimate solution to deal with the undocumented migrants that are already in America, and then a long-term solution to reduce it by addressing the cause, which is the incredibly depraved legal ports of entry. Dude, just deploying troops to the southern border to like performatively reduce entry by preventing people from coming in, illegally striking down asylum laws, etc. It's nothing more than a performance to make you happy because because you don't know a whole lot about how immigration works. And I understand that Donald Trump is a very performative con man, and that is what he does, but it is especially bad in the circumstance because it does nothing in the long term and only pushes the issue off until later while wasting government resources now. What we need is a complete overhaul of the legal processes of migration into America, and we need a candidate who's competent enough to know that mass deportation is nothing more than a hateful plan that destroys America's economy, puts human rights and and considerations of ethics and humanity aside, and is so wasteful for government expenditure.
I don't know, but what other country lets millions of people walk in undocumented?
I have known nothing about policy outside of America that doesn't concern America's foreign interests. I've educated myself on them, but I hope that you don't think just because other countries do something, we should do it too.
No, I'm saying no other country just lets tons of people pour in like that.
Well, I mean, if you were right, well then great. America is now in a position where they have the opportunity to be the first to a great solution to an age-old problem. Isn't that an American value? Being first in line, in fact, owning the finish line, right? Let's do what's good before anybody else does it. Let's be ages ahead of the rest of the world. Isn't that like those imperialist, patriotic values that you think you've held to forever? But once again, I just know nothing about immigration policy outside of America.
Darkman, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Really
That's fine,
appreciate
but there should be a single person that comes here illegally. You know, illegally, it's illegal.
Again, here's my question: why? Because you think it's going
Because
to
they're
lead to higher crime?
listen. I know people. I know a person from Canada that's trying to marry a guy here in America.
Will it make you less safe? Will it hurt the economy? Will it be a bad cultural thing? What is it specifically?
And it hasn't happened yet. Why should somebody be able to? Okay, let me finish. Okay, a lady's trying to come here from Canada for like 5+ years now and hasn't gotten her citizenship yet. So why should she have to go through the process the right way and someone else can just walk across illegally?
I think that both undocumented migrants as well as immigrants who are currently under. Yeah, I'm talking, Derek. I think that undocumented migrants that have not committed violent crimes in America, as well as migrants trying to migrate into America outside of America, deserve access to the same expedited pathway to residence or citizenship now. Any plan for mass amnesty that would be applicable to undocumented migrants, I believe, should also be applicable to everybody trying to migrate into America, and I find that to be fair. I don't think that it's unfair to give this generation of migrants a better pathway to citizenship than the last. I find that to be evolution in prosperity and valuing not only our country, but also humanitarian and ethical concerns for all.
But don't you think you want vetted people? Don't you think you want smart people to come and not just anybody?
What do you mean by smart people? I know that the demographic of undocumented migrants in America are productive providers that add into overall government revenue, making our country more than it expends.
Yeah, but the thing is,
when you argue that they're quote unquote not smart enough, what do you mean?
Yeah. Also, you're assuming
I'm
they're
not saying
dumber than you.
Yeah, bro. Should we start doing on a real note? On a real note, a lot. Wait, I just want to ask you a question. On a real note, a lot about IQ is genetic. So do you think? I think like there's studies that demonstrate that you get it from like your mom or something. Leah, thank you so much for the galaxy. You know, you get your intelligence from your mother, right? So just out of curiosity, should we limit individuals that don't have high IQs from having children since we only want smart people in our country?
No, that's not what I said. But what I'm saying is you should want to have people to come to America that are going to be productive.
Well,
and
Dean,
have
he
good
would have
jobs,
to argue that he can't
not
have
people that are
children.
going to come to suck up the government, right?
Yeah, should the government forcefully
Make him infertile because he's not smart enough.
Yeah. Oh, man.
That's not what I'm saying, but sure.
It'd be an implication of like you not letting people in because they're quote unquote not smart. Also, again, I just don't understand.
Okay, all right, here's the point. Okay, listen. Okay, you want someone to come here that's going to be an engineer or someone on an H-1B that's going to work in a gas station? Which one do you want?
I think, okay, well, I just want to clarify this. I think that anybody who wants to come into America that doesn't have prior violent offenses should be able to migrate into America. And the reason I think this is because the empirical outcomes of any and all immigration.
The legal way.
Just allow me to finish. The empirical outcomes of any and all immigration are incredibly fucking good for the American economy. I'd also just like to say that no, not everybody on a fucking H-1B comes here to work in a gas station. That's just a racist dog whistle. But even if it was true, don't we fucking need people to work in gas stations? Jesus Christ. Oh, are you saying that gas station clerks aren't productive providers into the American economy? Jesus fucking Christ. Like, listen, I'm done acting like you're not just giving us a very racist dog whistle. And that's all that it is, man. It's
so
like
real.
You look at this demographic of undocumented migrants who are in our country. You see that they're better at productively providing than you. They pay more in taxes and get less of a benefit from our government proportionately to you. But apparently they're not smart enough. Like, apparently, if you're not born in America, you have to be a fucking like physicist with a 12-year doctorate degree that's going to come here and change the world forever. But if your name is fucking Derek's parents, you could bang on a random Saturday night and pop this
Dean,
guy out 9 months later, and he's more valuable. I don't know.
Dean, H-1Bs are like specifically for like
can I just say one thing?
speciality.
The way you guys act.
They're for speciality workers. You know that, right?
I don't know. Or do I have to let the...
Well, okay, well. He is not going to respond.
Anyone? Okay.
Maybe we should get a new guest. This one's not working.
Okay, I'm down to get a new guest.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Derek. You're just lagging. Man, I've been loving immigration debates as of recently. We're locked in chat.
What are you at for times now?
I'm probably like...
About 4 hours?
3 hours and 30 minutes. Yeah. I'm almost there. I don't know. I kind of feel like going longer than 4 hours today. I'm enjoying myself.
I feel you.
Oh my god. Yo! Winnie! With a $100 super chat over on YouTube. Let's fucking go, Winnie. Dude, Winnie, you are great. Holy fucking shit. I want to see 1,000 W Winnies in all of the live chats right now. Winnie says, supporting you all the way. Winnie, you are so incredibly kind. I really appreciate that. That is insane. I do not deserve a $100 donation. I want to make that incredibly clear. That is so kind of you. And I want to make sure that every person watching this live, rather you're on YouTube or on TikTok, is spamming W Winnies in all of the chats because, quite frankly, that's nuts. Thank you for the love, Winnie. Then also Grave with the $20 super chat over on YouTube. Thank you so much, Grave. Courtney with a 5, Mac with a 5. You guys are just all being so kind today. But please make sure to show some extra special love to Winnie for their incredibly kind a donation of $100, dude, crazy shit. You know, it'll always perplex me why some people watching the stream are so incredibly generous. But just know that I really do appreciate you guys, and I don't take it for granted, and that it means the world. Just thank you guys so much.
Kaden, think the $2. I'd have to look into who that is. Jay, thank you so much for the $2. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
And then also Kristen, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Kristen is how you spell their name. Kristen says, thank you for being my ride home entertainment. Keep informing the misinformed Kristen. Thank you so much for the $20 donation. And of course, Lily and Kendra with a 5. You guys are so incredibly kind. Hello. What's up, Nate? Did you vote for Trump?
I just want to say I love you guys, and could you give a shout out to my sister because she loves you guys too. Her name
Shout
is
out to your
Maddie.
sister. What's her name?
Maddie Yankee.
Shout out to Maddie.
Shout out to Maddie Yankee. Quite frankly, all the love. That's crazy. That's so insane. Jamie, thank you for the $10 on PayPal for the support. And then Melissa with the 25. Oh my God, that's so much money. Thank you so much, Melissa and Jamie and Winnie. All of you guys keep the W Winnies coming. We're gonna go and get that next guest up here right now. We got Lil Peen loading in that box for the next conversation. Let's fucking go. And by the way, if you're watching the stream and you want to support the stream, you can find the PayPal and the Cash App. Sorry, not the Cash App, the Venmo. In the link tree in my bio, direct pay links. I get 100% of the donations. Go straight to me. I give you a shout out. Your name and message is attached as well as the amount. You can also find the Venmo and the PayPal and the pin message over on YouTube or support through Super Chat. And you guys are phenomenal. What is up, Lil Peen? You definitely voted for Trump based on your name. I'm sorry, that was rude. I take it back. And they left. And I feel bad.
All right, let's get this next person up here, everyone. Only send a guest request. We did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates.
I take it back. I scared them off. That was really mean. Okay, it's never acceptable. It's never acceptable to do that. It's never acceptable to do that. Here, I'll make you big once we get our next.
Yeah, I was gonna say once we got someone up.
Oh my God, yo, Josh, dude, Josh with a $100 super chat over on YouTube, bro. Josh, my man. Oh my God, Josh says, buy some McDonald's or something. $100. That is a lot of McDonald's. I'll be the first to tell you that. Thank you so much for the love, Josh. That is so incredibly kind of you. That is nuts. Thank you so much for the love. I've been trying to eat healthy though. I mean, I might have to go with you know, like a nice New York strip. You know what I mean? That'll get me like 8 New York strips. So you're feeding me for a while, Mr. Josh. Thank you so much for the love. That's incredibly kind of you. Thank you, Josh. 1,000 W's for Josh and all of the chats. And Sid with a $100 super chat too, dude. Oh my God. First Winnie, then Josh, and now Sid? Are you joking? What is going on, guys? Sid, thank you for the love. Jesus Christ, dude. Sid, Josh, and Winnie. I want to see so much love to Sid, Josh, and Winnie in the chats right now. That is nuts. I don't deserve that. I know I've said that before, but I will seriously say it again. You guys are incredible, and thank you. Thank you so much for the love. That is craziness. Thank you, you guys. W's to Sid, Josh, and Winnie in the chat. And we got Nick and Jesse up in the live. What's up? Did you guys vote for Trump?
As well as I have a few people. Vala, thank you so much for the 10 pounds. Thank you so much. Macy, thank you so much for the $2. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Macy. And Ebba with the $45 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Please have W's for Ebba in the comment section right now for the $45 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Ebba. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. W's for Ebba in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Ebba. I really appreciate it.
All right, yo, Jesse, did you vote for Trump? All right, they're not here. We're gonna move on to the next guest. Dude, huge W for all the donors. I mean that, dude. Huge W's, man. Huge W's all day, every day, bro. Huge W's. We got the next guest loading up. What's up, Steffi? Did you vote for Trump?
Yes, I did.
Great. Thank you for $5. Thank you so much.
What's up?
How old are you?
I'm 18.
All right, what year were you born in?
2006.
A month?
September.
Phenomenal. Why'd you do it?
Because I like his immigration policy.
Oh, I hate his immigration policy.
And why is that?
Yeah, well, I don't think he has any long-term solutions for issues at our southern border, such as undocumented migration. He's never done anything to try to fix them, which would require fixing the legal means of entry into our country, alongside the fact that mass deportation places America last in literally every single way.
I kind of agreed with what the other guy said before. Maybe not like the racist part, but the part where he said that like legal immigrants should have the advantage over illegal immigrants who are coming into our country.
An advantage in like what context?
Wait, hold up. What you're not understanding is that, like, we believe in the American dream. We want it better for our children than it was for us. Obviously, we want it better for future immigrants than it has been for immigrants now or been in the past, right?
Yes.
Okay, so then why would you say just because it is the case that undocumented immigrants are able to get in the country faster than legal immigrants, that somehow undocumented immigrants need to like go through a longer process? Why wouldn't we just say that the legal process is too slow and that people through the legal process should be able to go through quicker? And maybe that would incentivize more people to go through the legal process.
I don't know.
Okay. All right.
And someone else you said before, it was about how, like, people who have no prior crimes should be allowed in the country illegally. How are you going to know if they have no prior crimes illegally if they're coming in illegally? How do you check that?
We incentivize them to go through the legal process by making it faster.
Exactly.
Hey,
The legal process, though. So that,
under
we
my
agree with that.
worldview, legal process would be mass amnesty for undocumented migrants, which is a pathway to resident through citizenship, which would include screening for prior violent offenses. But do you agree that, like, if you committed like a violent crime like rape, probably shouldn't be able to come into America, right?
Yes.
So then why do you think that they should be able to go into the White House?
He wasn't involved. That was some of his very far right followers that did something stupid, but that was not him directly.
No, he directly raped E. Jean Carroll and was held liable for it.
Did he get convicted of that?
He was held liable for it. The jury determined that he was guilty of raping E. Jean Carroll. Yeah.
Well, I don't know. He's still the president of the United States, so.
Okay, so you don't really care about violent crimes, as long as it's
as long as it's the president.
orange.
As long as they're orange. Chance, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Chance.
But if they're not orange, World War III, you're gonna start calling all undocumented migrants Grapist P3DO MS-13 gang members, or at least that's what Trump did.
Well, I never said that, so.
I know, but he did.
When did he say that?
Yeah, I specifically remember him like quoting a quote from the Mein Kampf. He said that like undocumented migrants were poisoning the blood of America.
Yeah.
Okay.
He went on a rant about how they're MS-13 gang members. I mean, he called like legal Haitian migrants in Springfield, Ohio, illegal aliens that were eating family pets and dogs.
What about, I have a question.
Okay.
What about when Biden said poor kids are just as good as white kids? What was it? What about that?
That was racism.
When Biden said that was racism?
Yeah.
So you agree that Biden said had a racist comment?
Dude,
Yeah,
Biden said
absolutely, we would
significant-
acknowledge
He
that,
said
yeah.
a lot of racist shit.
So
Yeah.
did you vote for Biden?
I didn't vote for Biden because I was too young, but if I was old enough, I would have voted for Biden over Trump any day of the
Okay.
week. Absolutely.
So-
Think about it this way. So we're comparing Biden and Trump. Biden has done and said racist things in his past, but he's at least like tried to hold himself accountable for them. Donald Trump has either doubled down on the racist things he's done before or act like it never happened. So even Biden is better than Trump, not to mention the current day racism that Trump is perpetuating, such as saying that it is okay to racially profile migrants and you can tell if they're good or bad by looking at them, advocating for the ethnic cleansing of 2.1 million Palestinians off the Gaza Strip. Of course, that's not a race, it's an ethnicity. Or many other comments, such as saying that Kamala Harris isn't black, or perpetuating the birther myth of Barack Obama when he was running for president.
Or not
But
red
Kamala
things
Harris
to people.
definitely wasn't racist. So, why did you vote for the racist over the non-racist in November and then join my live today and act like we were in the wrong for supporting Biden, even though he's done racist things in his past?
Well,
Mr. Hypocrite.
you
must
just
answer
said-
the pressing question.
You just said that Biden's previous comments can be forgiven. So
Oh, I
still would've voted
actually,
for him.
whoa, I actually didn't say that.
You said you would have voted for him. even though
You
he said
were
racist comments.
completely red herring my position.
Did you not say you'd still vote for him, even though he had racist
He
comments?
said that he was preferable to Donald Trump's response.
Yeah. Why are you virtue signaling as if you care? You voted for the racist over the non-racist. What the fuck? Stop
He's-
acting like you care. You voted for the guy that called all black people lazy, said that Obama was born in Kenya to get less people to vote for him, denied housing applications to black individuals, advocated for the death penalty for like multiple young black men and boys, said called for the ethnic cleansing of the Gaza Strip, and said that you could racially profile migrants and tell if they're good or bad based upon the way they look. And he's never held himself accountable for saying any of these things, and even doubled down on Central Park 5. Why did you vote for the racist over the non-racist? And then on top of that, why did you then come up on Dean's Live and act as if you care about racism?
I'm not saying he is, but I'm saying I vote for him because he is personally better for me and my family.
How's he personally better for you?
His economic policy.
What economic policy?
Benefits me.
What economic policy?
All of his policies, his tariffs,
Tell me
that
what a tariff
benefits the
is.
United States.
What's a tariff?
His tariffs on China and other. foreign
What
countries.
is a tariff?
It's a tax on the goods that aren't sold in our country,
A tax? You mean a tax on imported goods? They are sold in the country. I don't know what you're talking about.
that aren't
So-
produced in our country. That aren't produced in our country.
Sure. So yeah, tax on imported goods. Who pays that tax?
The countries that are what?
No,
the countries that are making them?
no. The importer, the American business that's importing the product, they pay the tax and it passes down to the consumer. So inevitably, American consumers are going to be paying this tax. So what you're doing is you're shifting the burden of taxation from people who are wealthy to people who are lower and middle income. Evelyn, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really
holy
appreciate it.
shit.
Evelyn, thank you.
Oh my god. Jan, Jan, and Sid. Both with the $50 super chats over on YouTube, dude. I'm so sorry for just seeing that. Those came in a couple minutes ago. Jan and Sid, dude, guys, thank you so much. Jan and Sid, you guys are awesome. Huge shout out to Jan and Sid. Holy fuck, you guys. You look at this. It's unreal. You guys are so incredibly kind. Thank you both, Jan and Sid, as well as Journey with the $10 over on PayPal. Thank you, Journey, Jan, and Sid. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much.
As well as can I say thank you to Ebony for the $50 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Ebony. Give me some W's for Ebony in the comment section right now for keeping it up, bro. Yo, thank you so much, Ebony. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Your viewers are very mean.
What?
I said your viewers have very mean comments.
Yeah, it could be a little mean sometimes. I give you that. Yeah.
Yeah,
Dude, they're dude, that comment section, man. They'll eat you up, man.
All right, I have another question. One more question.
Go for it.
So I've never really heard your stance on Palestine and Israel. I just want to know what your stance is on that.
Yeah,
What do you think about Zelensky in the office and
Zelensky and what?
like the situation with Trump when he came to the Oval Office?
What the hell? That was
Do you mean Russia and Ukraine?
Oh yeah, I'm shocked.
dude, that was wild.
Poppy.
Yeah,
Alex, I appreciate that.
you know what I meant.
No, well, I picked up on it when you said Zelensky.
Yeah.
I think that America should defend Ukraine, not only for humanitarian interests of the preservation of the state of Ukraine and those residing within it, but also for our own interests of preventing Russian expansionism. We know that pacifism towards Russia doesn't work in prevention of Russian expansionism. Obama and Biden tried that in 2014 with the
Neon,
annexation
take
of
the $2,
Crimea. It
thank you.
simply didn't work. They got Crimea, they stepped back, they reloaded, and then they went for the rest of Ukraine. We need to hold that strong red line. Very important.
Okay.
All right.
You have any other questions or no?
I don't.
Nope,
Does
nope,
Parker?
nope, got no more questions. I might just go start my own live.
Cool, thank you for the fireworks. Oh man, you're not having fun with me, Parker?
No, I'm having fun with you. I'm having fun with you. What you talking about? What you
Oh.
talking about? You're staying live? How long you staying live? Because I typically, last time when you sent me an invite, what's it called? I had a guest already loaded up. That's why. I had an insane bag of lunatic on the live. I'll stay on.
No, no, go start your live.
No, I'll stay on.
No, I'm sorry. I'm memeing. I'm just kidding.
Well, now I'm staying. Yo, Chance, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I know. They want Zelensky to kiss the ring. It's so weird.
I'll probably only be live for around another 30. I think I'm gonna call it at 5. I just happen to really be enjoying myself today. I don't know if you guys can tell. I'm in a good mood. It is
Well,
rare.
we will stay until you go. Don't worry.
Dude.
We will stay until you go.
I think that we need to show Parker some more love, chat.
Speaking, oh my Jesus Christ. Yo, speaking of sending me love, Melanie with the $200 on Venmo. Oh my God. Melanie, oh my God. They said have a sip to keep going of coffee. Thank you so much. The $200 is a bit much for coffee, but thank you so much, Melanie. I really appreciate it. Can we get some W's for Melanie in the comment section right now? Holy shit, Melanie.
For $200, you could get the poop beans.
Oh my gosh, that's wild. I've heard of that, but I don't know.
Have you heard of the? Poop
I don't
beans?
think I would do that.
It's weird.
Madeline,
I
thank
mean,
you so much for $5. Thank you.
I just want to point it out. There's no way that this isn't unethical as shit. But they feed cats coffee beans, and then it runs through their digestive system.
I thought you were referencing elephants. Cats?
Cats, and then they poop it out, and then they clean it and they sell it.
That's so gross, dude.
Well, I think it's pretty fucked. Like, that has to be like incredibly immoral. But it is supposed to be like a very, it's not cats, It's okay. I guess it's not cats. I'm not gonna lie. It's monkeys. Okay. Why would the TV show lie to me? I was watching a TV show and they said it was cats.
Bro, there are people in the comment section saying they'd eat that. That's wild, dude.
It's not monkeys. It's mouse. Okay. Well, now we're just all confused.
Yeah. No, I have no clue who's correct. I'm lost. The misinformation in this chat. Yo,
Kivets.
we get
It's
some
like
W's for
kivets.
Melanie in the chat though. Thank you so much, Melanie. I really
Kivets.
appreciate it. Thank you so much, Melanie.
Oh, it's kivets. Kivets.
I don't even know what.
And it's apparently it's a kivet and it is a feline. So in this TV show that I was watching, they probably just called them cats to relate to. Somebody in the chat just said Reacher. Bingo. That was a TV show I heard it on. What's up, Dean is Wither? Did you vote for Trump?
Yes, I did.
Have we talked to you before?
Or you kicked me off the other day because I sharded.
What?
No, I'm not joking.
You sharded your pants on live and you'd admit to it?
Yeah.
Dude, your standards are really low for yourself, man. You're doing it again. Get the fuck out of here. Dude, gross. Oh my god. Oh my god, you're so disgusting. Oh my god. Oh man, you're so gross.
I forgot that cut me off guard. That's so,
That's so gross. That's so disgusting.
That one catches me off guard always, bro.
What a fucking
God
weirdo.
damn it, man.
Oh my god, what a weirdo. I know that I'm like laughing, but
I do feel uncomfortable. Like, it just
Alright,
catches
bro,
you off guard, you know?
Yo, bro, I got a question.
What's up? Did you
Wait,
vote for
actually, I
Trump?
got a suggestion, bro. All right, so you have your mods, right? Like, they have the...
Did
Hold
you
on,
vote for Trump? Did you vote for Trump?
No, I didn't. Wait, I got a suggestion. Are you guys...
I'm sorry, man. Feel free to drop it in the Discord. We're gonna go get that next guest up here. Just give us a minute, you guys. We got Kathy loading. I hope Kathy loads.
I was gonna say the Discord is a great spot to do that.
Yeah. Oh my god. Wait. James, thank you for the $20 super chat over on YouTube. Says, hey Dean, it's your anarchist CIA handler back at it again to let you know that we lefties don't love Dims, but we're willing to make that sacrifice for the love of democracy. We'd also love to talk deeper on some issues sometimes. James, I've seen your donations before. Your donations are funny as shit. Just know that. You're a funny guy, James. Thank you for the $20. Then also, Macreer. I don't know how to pronounce your name, so I'm just gonna spell it. Mackere. Thank you so much for the love. Mac, we'll call you Mac for the $20. Mac says, first time commenting, kind of nervous. Well, I appreciate you for the donation, Mac. Welcome to the stream. Moving on. Does anybody know how to pronounce that name? I gotta know.
Oh, and Dean, I sent you a message. Do you know what I'm referencing?
Oh, yeah. They emailed me.
You saw that too?
Yeah, for both of us.
Are you interested in that?
Dude, that'd be just fun. I mean, be a reason to go out to LA.
I'm down. I'm
bro,
honestly down.
Maybe we could do that soon.
I'm down.
Yo, what do you think about your top guy like calling you soy fed and stuff like Destiny? He said you were like soy fed for the hairy thing. Like, and that guy's like considered like the weakest guy ever, and he's calling you soft. Like, you think it's an issue for trying to track young men?
Why did it mute Parker? You come up on my stream like every day.
Yeah, it's the same person.
Yeah.
And here, how about this? I don't give a fuck.
Listen. I thought that.
I thought you were trying to attract young men.
Listen, man.
Can't even attract a blue-haired cock.
One second. When Destiny called me soy, I just I felt immense and immediate pain, and it really broke me. I'm actually.
What do you think about Andrew Tate defending Harry?
I'm actually still kind
Crazy shit.
processing that. We're gonna move on, everyone. Just give us a minute. Oh, Lena, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I really appreciate you. Somebody's gonna clip that shit and say, "Look at this soy boy saying he was hurt by what Destiny said about him." That was a joke, by the way. Moving on to the next guest. Everyone, just give us a minute. I need to stop saying shit like that out of context. Dude, I saw someone like clip of me on Twitter. Like, there's somebody that asked me not to cuss, and then I was like, okay, I'll stop cussing. I won't use any of those bad words. And it had like a couple thousand likes, and then everybody in the replies was like, oh my god, this guy's just soyed out. When it was the most obvious fucking joke ever. You know what I mean? What's up, Tanner? Did you vote for Trump?
Nixie, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, I did.
As well as Sid, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you.
Tanner, it's been a long time.
Oh, you remember me?
Tanner, I remember everyone I speak to. I have a good memory.
Oh, so you're not like Joe Biden? You don't have dementia?
There's a Tanner I remember. That good memory is serving me well. I am open to talking to you again. I am, and that's where you'll find that from me. I just find you to be quite the case. First, James, thank you so much for another $20 super chat over on YouTube. Thank you so much for the love, James. James says, all right, glad you think my job of teaching socialism to lizard people is funny, but I take pride in my work, Dean. Do you know how hard it is for me? James. James,
you know they cut off my funding from the CIA Illuminati reptilians.
God damn it. You know, James, you gotta work with getting that back for Parker over there. He needs it, James. All right, Tanner, why'd you vote for Trump over Kamala Harris? Joe Biden's old news. Get real.
The main reason is because I wanted a man to be president.
Tanner, I've talked to you before, haven't I?
I actually haven't heard this argument from you yet, Tanner.
Yeah, Parker has me blocked because he's a soy boy.
If I have you blocked, there's probably a pretty good reason. Like, to be honest, like I should start selling my block list so that people can just start getting it because it'll block a lot of bad people. Right? Like, you're one of them. Right? I guarantee like 90% of the people in the chat would auto block you.
Soy boy. I have a question. Who thinks about soy boys more? You or me?
You.
Tanner.
Yeah, you.
No, not me.
I don't think about them.
Okay, let's go back.
Wait, Tanner, real question. How many times have you been on my live? Real question. How many?
Probably 2 or 3.
There's no way it's only 2 or 3.
I don't know.
$2. You like make new accounts and then you go into those accounts.
I think he's always on his main. I don't know.
This is my only account.
Hey,
The
Tanner,
one and only.
I want to have a debate with you, and I mean that very seriously. You said that you voted for Trump because he's a man. Tanner, but why do you think men are better at leading than women?
Because we have.
Before you go into it, Tanner, I just want to know you're about to get dog walked by Dean on this topic. Like, you have no shot. You're cooked.
I cook quite hard on this topic, Tanner. So I'll ask you again, why do you think men are better at leading than women?
Because we have a proven track record.
Okay, which is?
All the presidents are men.
Okay, so if we were having this conversation in 2007, at a point where every single president our country's ever had was white, would you say that white people are better at leading than black people?
No, that's not the same thing.
Exactly. Just because every president we have had been white at that point, it does not mean that white people are better at leading than non-white people, just like how today, because every president we've ever had has been a man, it doesn't mean that men are better at leading than women.
Okay, can you
the argument's gone in one sentence.
No, can you
Isn't
name
that
one
funny?
great leader?
Isn't it funny how your argument, oh, name one great leader that's a woman.
That's a woman, yeah.
Queen Elizabeth II was pretty fucking cool, but I don't even need to know that because it's such a red herring question. We're here to talk about the differences between men and women that you think make men better at leading than women. The question, oh, name one great leader.
Well, you don't even think
it's
there
nothing
is
more than a
difference
red pill
between men and
gotcha that is attractive to people like a 35 IQ. So let's get back to it. Tell me what the biological distinctions are between men and
Neon,
women.
thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. They probably think that. James, thank
Well,
you for the $20.
according to
Thank you so much. The
the
reason you lost your funding is because you acknowledge the handler exists. Also because we need more socialists to get funding so we can woke the planet.
I'm
That's
adopting
crazy.
your
That's
definition because
crazy.
it's your argument. Okay.
You're the Riddler. Thank you
Going
for
back to our
2 pounds.
argument, what are the
I'll see you
differences
later.
between men and
I'm
women that
guessing
make
it's
men better
wild.
leading than women?
We're better at controlling our emotions.
Really? You think you're good at control? Wait, January 6th. Hello. Are we forgetting that?
Summer 2020. Are we forgetting that?
Under Trump's presidency, are we forgetting that?
What does that have to do with Trump? He didn't encourage that.
It was under his presidency.
Okay, he can't stop him.
Remember, just because it happens under the presidency, you blame them?
Let me know when I could cook on that point. Play it out. Cook him real quick, Parker, because then I'm going to bring it back. Cook him again, Parker. Just one more time before I pop back in.
Yeah, an entire summer versus 1 day.
Entire summer versus 1 day.
Okay, you guys got it.
Wait,
1 day.
okay, wait. So then here's my question. So are you saying that if there is violent, like, you're against violence, is what you're saying essentially, right? Like, so would you be like against a president like releasing violent offenders into the country?
No, it depends.
No.
There you go. All right. Yeah, Parker, you dunked on him. I'm going to bring it back to the point. Yeah, because you said that, oh, violence bad, but then you were like, I give my unwavering support and love to a president that straight up led violent offenders out of jail to roam free on your streets. Now, going back to the argument that you made, you said that men are better at leading than women because they have more control over their emotions. Did you know the opposite is true? Women have more control over their emotions. A, they just have a higher EQ on average. EQ tracks one's ability to manage their emotions with maturity. B, empirics don't lie. 92% of violent crimes are committed by men, including violent crimes that don't need physical force, such as cyberbullying with threats of violence. That shows men have less emotional regulation. Same thing with the fact that men are significantly more likely to self-unalive, abuse hard substances as an unhealthy coping mechanism to deal with unprocessed emotions, very immature, on top of the fact that men are more likely to gamble, reckless drive, and drunk drive. So when we look at the empirics, if men are better at controlling their emotions than women, why are they so much more prone to all these incredibly emotional behaviors?
They're not. I mean, just look at all the massacre
They're not. We
of
just denied
unborn children every year.
Okay, so we could talk about abortion. I don't mind talking about that next because I'm going to need you to address and respond to what I said. Also, I'd like
Can
to
I
point
click on
out-
abortion after?
Yeah, you click on abortion.
Yeah, they butcher their children in the womb every year, millions of them.
Okay, wait. Why is abortion wrong in the first trimester?
Oh,
Oh,
I
no,
just
I'll
wanted
let
to
you go
finish
into
that-
it first. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, I just wanted to finish out the point and not let him pivot, but then let him pivot and go to abortion. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair.
Awesome. All right, Tanner, quick question. Why do men commit 92% of violent crimes?
Well, is that percentage accounting for all the abortions too that women commit?
I don't really think that an abortion...
That's a violent crime.
I don't think that abortion can be equated. Okay, well, first of all, abortions in which are had are not violent crimes if they're had in states in which it's where it's legal. So let's just get our facts straight. And second of all, I don't think that abortion is going to be driven like emotions, such as.
Have you seen how an abortion happens?
Have I seen?
Have
how
you ever watched an
happens by the
abortion?
hand of a medical health professional? I have.
They suck
Please
them out with a
stop it.
vacuum.
So if they didn't suck them out with a vacuum, such as if they took the pill in the first 14 weeks, that's not a violent crime anymore. Which
It's
is
violent,
what,
not-
like 95% of abortions occur. Now I'm gonna go back to the topic. Please stop pivoting to abortion before Parker just hops in and cooks you on that. Completely cuts me off and pivots away. So I have a question: is violent crime emotional or logical?
Emotional.
Okay. So because men commit 92% of all violent crimes, that makes men very emotional. Yeah.
Makes some men very emotional
Okay. Why don't women commit more violent crimes insofar as the FBI/CIA crime stats?
because they're not accounting for the abortions.
Okay. Do you think that getting an abortion is just as emotional as kidnapping somebody?
It's
Yeah,
probably
I
on
don't
the
think
same
we get the people.
on the same
Thank you
level.
so much for the $5. I don't think we
would you
get the
know this
people in
because you've had an
Congress.
abortion yourself?
No, they just do it out of convenience.
Okay, so then how do you know this?
That's emotional.
Wait, convenience is emotional, so I want to ask you. If
That's what
I-
feels good.
So if I were to go to the drugstore and get some Advil to conveniently take away the pain caused by my headache, am I just an emotional piece of shit?
No.
No, exactly. So, A, doing things for convenience isn't
You
emotional.
don't have to
Actually,
go
I just
reduce your
want to
headache.
clarify this. That doing things for convenience isn't emotional. It's actually pragmatic. Not to mention that many women just merely get abortions for convenience. So, are you going to continue to like pivot? So, are you saying that women are more emotional because they get abortions?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to tell you today, if men got pregnant, that abortion would be legal all 9 months in all 50 states. I just want to put that one out there. I just really want to put that one out there. And honestly, I think the fact that women can make such a hard decision, right, and terminate this pregnancy that she didn't want because of extraneous reasons. 55% of women that get an abortion do so because of financial reasons, not because they hate the kid. Demonstrates
fault
that
is
women
that?
are better at making the tough decisions compared to the men. So I just think this is an incredibly disingenuous argument. I think that you know that you're lying, Tanner. You've obviously never been with a woman yourself, so you know nothing about them. Don't act like you do. Women are not more emotional.
No
than
problem with that, buddy.
You have a problem with?
No, I have no
women?
problem with that.
You have no problem with not getting with women, so you're an incel. Got it.
I mean, look at you and look at me.
I mean, I'm looking at me. I do it 4 hours a day, man. I like what I see.
I look a lot better than you do. That's for sure.
According to who? Your mom? She might even disagree, Tanner. I'm so sorry.
We could go ask any woman on the street and they choose me every time.
Or you go ask your mom. Like I told you, she may disagree.
We can ask her. We can ask anyone.
I'm pretty sure if you walked up to a random woman on the street, they'd turn around and run away. Come on, Tanner. I think that's a bad idea. Let's not go around terrorizing women. Is
I'm
it
built
fair?
like a peak. I'm 6'3", buddy.
Wait, you're built like a what?
Like an absolute unit.
Like an absolute unit? What the fuck does that mean? What is a unit?
Neon,
I
thank you
just have to
for
walk
$5. Thank you.
sideways through doors.
You have to walk sideways through doors?
Yeah, that's how big I am.
That was really
Okay,
cringe. That was really cringe that you said that.
I think both of you are cringe.
So Tanner, right? Because 6'3", is that your argument?
Yeah, bigger, better looking.
So this is why
more
women are
intelligent.
more logical than men. Sorry, Tanner.
Oh, this is why I get more women than you.
Get women is like such a weird thing to
What do
say.
you mean get more? What do you mean? I'm in a happy long-term relationship.
I get
don't
more
know
than
why-
Harry
here.
Sisters.
Okay, what a weirdo.
Get more than your boy Harry.
Tanner, have you ever had like a rational sentient thought in your life just out of curiosity?
Yeah.
Okay.
Lots
Yeah,
of
what did you get on the high school math tests? Sorry.
Usually,
Sorry. I'm sorry. That was terrible. Okay. Do you want to debate Parker about abortion? Feel free.
I don't want to
You
talk to this guy. This guy's weird, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Tanner's a
dude.
little bit of a weirdo. Tanner's a little bit of a weirdo.
yeah,
I'm
it says the party that wants to turn kids trans.
What?
Well, I'm so fucking sorry.
You
Seriously.
guys want to
and I-
castrate children.
Wait, I want to say this with all the seriousness in my heart.
You guys
The
ruin
only-
children.
One moment, Tanner. Yeah, look at Donald Trump with his old buddy Jeffrey Epstein. Say that with a straight fucking face. You know that you're lying. I just want to make this incredibly clear. There is a political party that wants individuals to be GAY. There is a political party that wants individuals to be trans, and that political party is the Republicans. Do I need to verbally explain to you how many people I have come up on my life every single day and go, Dean, you're gay? I'm like, no, I'm straight. They're like, no, you're gay. I'm like, no, man, I'm straight. They're like, you're fucking gay. Do I need to explain to you what happens if you go over to Twitter and you look up Dean Withers' picture with girlfriend, and there's like this photo I posted on Twitter like 4 months ago where I edited her face out, and just like 50,000 conservatives going, oh, they're trans. No, she says no, she's fucking trans. No, she says she's trans. The only political party that wants people to be gay in TRANS is MAGA.
Essence, think the $2, and James, think the $5. Thank you so much.
You're wrong. We don't agree with that stuff.
No, seriously, go on Twitter.
Dude,
Look it up, man. I'm
dude,
giving
I
you my
don't even
evidence.
think Tanner's sentient. Like, actually, like, Tanner. Oh my god, bro, it's so
I'm not going to validate your mental illnesses.
What?
Wait,
mental
name one
illness? Wait,
institution. Name one institution of medicine that recognizes being T as mental illness.
there is-
98% of the people in the world.
Could you just
There's,
answer my-
that's
Yeah,
not.
trans. Sorry, Tanner. Please just answer my question. Name one institution of medicine or science that recognizes being T as a mental illness.
That's not a good argument.
Can't do it? Okay, well, here's 13 that down. The World Health Organization, American Psychiatric Association, American Medical Association, the Endocrine Society, the British Psychological Society, the Royal College of Psychiatrics, the Canadian Psychological Association, the Australian Psychological Society, the European Society for Sexual Medicine, the American Academy of Pediatrics, the American Academy of Family Physicians, the American Counseling Association, American Public Health Association. Who should we trust more? You, Tanner, I don't know. What did you
I think we should trust.
It's gonna fucking work. It's been half of your day.
You said there's only two genders.
Getting like doom scrolling on Twitter, getting like brought into alt-right pipelines by people like fucking Andrew Tate.
Donald Trump said there's only two genders.
No, he actually said there's only one, Tanner. We're both females in accordance with his executive order. As he said, that personhood begins at the moment of conception based upon the size of your sex characteristics. Meanwhile, males only differentiate from females at 5 to 7 weeks with the activation of the SRY gene, meaning that he thinks there's only one gender in America, which is female. Parker, is there anything you want to say to Tanner?
Yeah, Tanner. Should I go to prison if I slap a zygote?
Probably.
Yeah, probably. Why only probably? I killed a person under you. If I slap a single cell organism in a petri dish, for fun, for YouTube and TikTok content, you're saying I should go to jail for the rest of my life? 25 to life for first-degree murder?
Yeah, I think so. I don't like liberal. They should all be in prison.
You think I should be in prison just for being a liberal?
Yeah, because you guys
free
are
free speech, am I right? Free
Yeah,
speech. They're very free speech.
Yeah, now look at me with a straight face and tell me that MAGA isn't fascist. Come on.
What you guys advocate for is anti-American.
Yeah, it's anti-American to advocate for like children to have health care, education, and childcare, and
Healthcare,
housing affordability,
healthcare,
and educational rights. Right, those are horrible things that like everyone is treated with dignity, and that everyone has a baseline, that everyone has basic fucking things.
Also, remember earlier when I pointed out the fact that the only party that wants individuals to be gay and T is Republicans, and he denied it, but he's probably mentioned being gay or being T at least fucking 5,000 times in the last 3 minutes. See that? See that, Tanner? Yeah, nobody thinks more about gay sex than conservative men.
Oh, you're the only one that's talked about it this whole time.
Oh, you've been talking about the LGBTQ+ community since you got up here. You've taken every single fucking chance you get to throw a jab at women or members of the LGBTQ+ community. Let's be so real, man.
You don't even know what a woman is.
I don't even know what a woman is.
Well, are you? Wait, Tanner, I have a question.
You never talked to a woman. You don't know what it is either. You've never met one.
Tanner,
Tanner,
are you Christian?
I prefer to keep that private.
He's Christian. So here's my question. What is a man?
You're talking to one.
That's not a definition.
What's an example? Give us a.
Can you give me like a definition of a man? What is a man?
Very, very bad example. Give us a definition.
That didn't seem like a coherent definition.
Something you'll never be.
Wait, Tanner. Are you saying that self-ID is your justification for what a man is? You just said you self-ID'd as a man, and that makes you a man.
Parker, you also said that you'll never be a man, even though you're an adult human male with a functioning penis and balls. So, Tanner, what's going on? Man?
So men do have penises, not women.
I mean, no.
Wait, Tanner. Under your view, I'm a man. I have every biological sex characteristic that you would say is relevant towards that.
Yeah.
I mean, biologically you are, but figuratively speaking, you're not.
Oh, figuratively speaking, I'm not? Oh, wait, what do you mean? It's almost like you wanted to say socially speaking, I'm not.
Wait, I thought there's only one definition of the word, and anybody who didn't hold to that definition had a mental illness. Damn,
yeah, Tanner, yeah, are you like okay right now?
Tanner, I'm just using your own statements now. Come on,
I have a
bro.
question. Why does it take two liberals to debate one conservative?
Tanner, it doesn't take two. We just do this for fun. We play with our food.
It takes two of you to debate one of me.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't take two.
That means I'm on a different level.
Wait, we can one-on-one at any point in time. You want to? You got dog blocked by Dean. You can get dog blocked by me. We'll do it separately.
Is that why you blocked me?
I blocked you because you're an insane lunatic that comes on my live every single day over and over again.
Sounds about right to me, man.
You get railed by every conservative platform there is.
Name one person.
Charlie Kirk, Andrew.
Okay, name one thing Charlie Kirk beat me on.
What a weak comeback, Tanner.
DEI Harris.
DEI? Okay, so he said that Electoral College is DEI, right?
No, he said his claim was Kamala Harris is a DEI hire.
Wait, okay, but he's totally okay with the presidential candidate being a DEI hire when it comes to Donald Trump. Or like how JD Vance is a DEI hire because he's evangelical. Or Mike Pence was a DEI hire because he's evangelical. Or we can talk about plenty of the different candidates and people that he put in his administrations that are DEI hires.
Do you agree with Trump that Kamala Harris is a DEI hire?
I do.
Right?
Why was she significantly more qualified than him? Like, it's surprisingly like a very ironic insult.
What primary did she win to get the nomination?
It's a very ironic insult to call Kamala Harris a DEI hire because, okay, if I accept that she's a DEI hire, and then point out the fact that she's infinitely more qualified than Donald Trump in every single conceivable sense, whether it's character, domestic policy, or foreign policy, what does that tell us about him?
Joe Biden made each other because she's black.
And then also,
wait, Tanner.
Pointing out, do you mind if I just finish? He interrupted me. Like, I just want to be able to finish. It's also worth pointing out that if Donald Trump truly brought an end to the DI wokeness and he picked his candidates based on merit, tell me why we didn't have the Secretary of Defense under the Biden-Harris administration leaking confidential classified war plans to the head reporter of The Atlantic. Come on. Really, Tanner?
This is an insane pivot.
It's not a pivot. I'm pointing out that Kamala Harris is much more qualified than Donald Trump, so if she wasn't picked on her qualifications, what does that tell us about Trump? And I brought up the side point that if Trump put an end to that DI madness, then why is his cabinet so damn unqualified?
Are you going to address what I said earlier?
Are you going to address what I'm saying? Because you cut into what I was saying to add that on when I was already speaking, Tanner. So how about you mind your manners and you respond to what I said because I brought it up first and you had to interrupt me to get your line in. And I don't know. We'll respond to that after, but I want you to respond to what I said first. I mean, isn't that just fair, right? I mean, we're all about merit, okay? No more of that equity and inclusion. I shouldn't include your point. I shouldn't be equitable to your point because I brought my point up first.
Yeah, you didn't have a point.
You know, I remember being in Calc 2, junior year of high school. There was many days where I didn't think my teacher had a point. Turns out I just wasn't doing my homework and didn't understand what he was saying. He ended up being a great teacher once I started paying attention.
Well, good for him.
Yeah, I mean, the lack of abstract thought ability to understand what I just
He didn't make very many smart statements, that's for sure.
Okay, if I'm
You're one of his students.
if-
He wasn't a very good teacher.
why do people think it's like good to make jokes like that? Like, okay, if you're just instantiating that I'm not that smart, why the fuck do you look so bad right now? Why are you letting like somebody that's not that smart at all like just like intellectually roast you for 35 minutes straight? Like that's not a good look, Tanner.
Well, you haven't. It takes two of you to debate one of me.
I'm not even
said a single
speaking.
word.
Yeah, now you're not. You have been though.
No, even when we were first talking, what did Parker said? He said Dean's gonna cook Tanner on this men are better at leading than women bullshit, and I did. And then you brought up abortion, and Parker was like, "Oh, let me get into abortion." I was like, "Well, let me finish this point out." And then Parker started talking about some of the policy. You brought up D. I know I'm talking. He's listening. We're just going one at a time.
Because you said men are more violent than women, and I proved that they're not.
I don't even think
shit.
I said that. That was Dean.
I don't think abortion's violent.
Well, you've never seen an abortion, then, have you?
Well, I don't think that like the optics of something makes it violent. I take violence to be like the extreme aggression upon one's well-being or the perpetuation of harm. I don't think that any harm is perpetuated via an elective abortion.
You're depriving them of their right to live?
Nor do I. I don't think they have a right to live. That's my whole fucking point, Tanner.
Really? So do you have a right to live?
Yeah, I do. They don't.
But the baby in the womb doesn't?
Can I debate you on this, Tanner?
Go for it, Parker. I'll shut up now. See, we go one at a time.
The baby in the womb doesn't have a right? But you do?
So yeah, zygotes and embryos don't have rights now. Do you think I should go to prison for slapping a zygote? I want to finish that.
Is that a human being?
Under your view.
Well, I believe a human being is a human being the moment it's conceived.
Yeah, so again, if I slap a zygote, should I go to prison?
Is that a human being?
Not under my view, but under your view, yes.
If you slap one?
If I kill it, yeah. For TikTok and YouTube
Go to
content.
prison.
I should go to prison for 25 to life?
Yeah.
Really? For slapping a zygote? I have a question. What about
You have the same
IUDs?
sentence that they're trained
Wait.
about.
What about IUDs? What about women who have IUDs? Do you think women who have IUDs are murderers?
What's an IUD?
And not only can an IUD, it's an intrauterine device, not only can an IUD prevent fertilization, but it can also prevent implantation, which means it prevents a fertilized egg at conception from implanting into the uterine wall, which therefore ends a zygote's life. Okay?
So
So
it
it
prevents
ends a
the
human being's life.
fertilization.
No. Not only does it prevent fertilization, but it can also prevent implantation, which happens after conception.
Typically, sexually active straight men are familiar with different forms of birth control. By the way, take
Well,
the
if it prevents after conception, it's murder.
Okay. So then you think that all the women in the chat who have IUDs are murderers?
Yeah.
Yeah? You do? You just learned what an IUD was. You still don't even know. Can you tell me what an IUD looks like? Can you give me like any idea of the concept of what an IUD looks like?
Probably not. What does it have to do with what we're talking about?
Okay, so you know nothing about an IUD. All you've heard.
You gave
is
me
that
your definition, and I told
okay,
you.
so all the women in the chat should be in prison for 25 to life that have IUDs.
They knowingly.
Yeah,
stop
they knowingly fucking kill those zygotes.
Yeah, prison for life.
Prison for life.
4 walls.
Oh wait, Tanner, you're a Christian, so you think
There
kids
are four
valuable?
walls.
Oh, wait.
Right?
I want to run him on this. Okay, let me ask him. So where in the Bible does it say that abortion should be illegal?
It says thou shalt not kill.
Oh, okay. So it's just like okay, but it also says thou shalt not commit adultery. Does that mean that Donald Trump should be in prison for adultery?
That's not a crime, is it?
Yes. Wait. Under your view, it should be, right? Because it's thou shalt not commit adultery.
Well, it's bad in the eyes of God, but it's not a crime.
Oh, okay. So same thing can be true with this, right? So why should where in
murder's
the Bible does it say that abortion should be illegal?
It's one of the 10 commandments. Thou shalt
It is
not
also
kill.
one of the 10 commandments that thou shalt not commit adultery.
And thou
The
shalt not
Bible
bear
isn't-
false witness,
isn't the
which will
law.
include telling your child that Santa Claus exists.
The Bible isn't the law
Okay.
Bible's
Okay.
not the law, then why should abortion be illegal?
Yeah. Why should abortion be illegal?
because it's murder.
You
Oh,
don't
okay.
think murder's wrong because of the Bible.
Yeah. So again, I'm asking you, where in the Bible does it say abortion should be illegal?
Thou shalt not kill. How many times do I have to say this?
Again, okay, so if you're saying that because it says thou shalt not kill means it should be illegal, well then thou shalt not commit adultery entails that adultery should be illegal, meaning Donald Trump should be in prison for committing adultery 3 separate times, at least.
Okay, adultery is not a crime. Murder is.
But how do we
Okay.
determine what should or shouldn't be illegal?
Yeah, you're saying that we determined what should be illegal based upon the 10 Commandments, which you then just contradicted.
I didn't say that.
You did
How do
say
we
that because you
determine
said thou
what-
shalt not kill.
Wait, Tanner, what's your standard for determining what should be legal or illegal?
Well, you have to vote upon laws, don't you?
No, I'm asking you what you think should be the case, not what is the case via our constitutional republic. So I'm just once again going to ask you, what is your moral standard to determine what should or shouldn't be illegal or legal?
The
for
things
the
that are a
$10. Thank you so
detriment
much,
to
Jennifer.
society or things that harm other people.
And how do you determine what harms other people?
Thank you, Jennifer.
Well, it's an individual case by case
Okay, I'm
scenario.
What is harm?
It's when you deprive someone of something
Okay, and why is harm wrong?
or you take away from them.
And why is harm wrong?
Why is it not wrong?
I'd appreciate it if you answer my question. I'm critiquing your moral beliefs.
Because you're hurting someone.
Because you're hurting. Why is hurting somebody wrong? Because of the Bible, right? Because of God.
No, because of reason and common sense.
I have a
So
question.
you get
Do
your
agree
morality
as a-
from yourself or from your God?
that was my last question.
How
As a
did we get on
Christian-
this subject?
As a Christian, do you agree that God is the standard of morality?
When did I say I was a Christian?
Earlier.
No, I didn't. I said I prefer to keep that.
when
You
you're
don't
talking
have good
about-
memory, do you?
When you're talking about the
You
10
said you have good
Commandments,
memory, but you really don't.
You literally just cited the 10 Commandments. You're a fucking Christian, Tanner.
Yeah, I asked you why should abortion be illegal. You said the
I'm
Bible. I
asking
asked you
where
where
in
in
the
the
Bible.
Bible. I asked you where in the Bible does it say that abortion should be illegal, and you said that thou shalt not kill, right? Which is the 10 Commandments. Which also the 10 Commandments says thou shalt not commit adultery, meaning that you should also consider adultery to be illegal based upon that standard. But you're not using that as a standard to say that adultery should be illegal, meaning that you can't use it as a standard to say that murder should be illegal under your worldview.
Also, just out of curiosity, were you sourcing the Bible for moral claims as an atheist?
When did I say I was an atheist?
I don't like this guy. Neon, thank you for $5. Thank you.
Yeah,
so
you
much.
can't debate me. I know why you don't.
Well, Tanner, you're
I just
like
said-
actively refusing to debate us by just not admitting that you're
Because-
a Christian, even though you're a Christian.
You don't know
Wendy,
what I am.
thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much, Wendy. Can we get some W's for Wendy for the $50 YouTube super chat? Thank you so much, Wendy.
can
It's always
take
good to
certain
see you,
moral
Wendy.
truths from the Bible.
W's for
Wait,
Wendy in
what's
the
the
comment
standard?
section right now. Thank you so
Because
much,
in accordance
Wendy.
with the
Mike, thank you for the
reason
$2.
why
Thank you so
the
much.
Bible
Appreciate
said
it.
the Bible
Michael, thank you for the
was
$5. Thank you.
God said.
Sadra, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much for Word of Breath.
Does God have to tell you
I'm
that
proud of
murder's
both.
wrong?
Oh,
For it
thank
to
you
be
so
wrong?
much. I really appreciate that, Sadra. Thank you so
I'm
much.
asking you.
And Wendy, W's for Wendy in the chat. Always good to see all of y'all. Thank you so much, everyone.
So what makes you think it's wrong?
Thank you so much.
I don't mind
I love y'all
describing
so
my
much.
moral
Always
beliefs
good to see y'all.
After you describe your moral beliefs to me, as I've been trying to get you to do for the last 10 minutes. Tanner, if you're winning this debate, how come you're so eager to pivot?
What makes murder wrong then?
Tell me, why
According to
you're tell me why you're so eager to pivot.
I haven't pivoted one time. I've answered every question.
No, you haven't answered any question. What was the answer to the question I asked on if you're a Christian or not a Christian?
Just gonna put it out there.
I said I keep that
If
private.
Republicans wanted to
Unless you're willing to admit that you're a Christian, Tanner.
have this moral high ground, they wouldn't elect Donald Trump. Plain and simple. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. If they wanted to have that moral high ground they claim to, they wouldn't elect Donald Trump. Just well, that's hilarious. This is back in 2019, by the way. So that's before his conviction for sexual assault, which is somewhere between adultery and coveting your neighbor's wife, or look upon a woman with lust in your eyes. You know, he's going to all 7 days since according to the Catholic Church. Like everyone, he's quite literally. To say it's immoral is like saying the sky is blue. There's no. Okay, so the 7 deadly sins of Donald Trump. Making clocks ticking. This is during his first tenure. Hmm. So this person here brought on an important point about false prophets. You know, false prophets. Okay, Jesus clearly states in Matthew 5:28, "But I tell you that anyone who lustfully has already committed adultery with her in his heart." Now, funny thing about Jesus was really, really. That was one of the things he talked about a lot. He never addressed some certain things that Christians claim, but he addressed adultery several times. And you know who's a famous adulterer? 6 wives. Was it 5 wives or 4 wives? I can't keep track because he can't either. Because he mistook his wife. He mistook Jean Carroll for his wife. A wife he married, by the way. Let's go. The 10 commandments. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. So maybe he didn't break these. Thou shalt not make idols. Maybe. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord your God in vain. What is that? What does that mean? Remember the Sabbath day and keep it holy. Honor your father and mother. Thou shalt not murder. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Thou shalt not steal. Ladies and gentlemen, would you define rug pulling as stealing? What about the fact that Donald Trump The fact that Donald Trump doesn't pay his bills. This is back in 2019. This is 2017, 2016. This is part of the problem with Trump. This is basic stuff. This is 2016, 2019, okay, 2024, right before the election, 2020, 2016, 2019. Let's go. Let's go again. Is it true? Correct. Go. 2016, 2019, 2016. This is all different months, by the way. June, some in January 2017, May 2015. He refuses, so he's a thief. So he's a thief and he's an adulterer. That's going to be a false witness against your neighbor. He's also a liar, right? Thou shalt not lie. Thou shalt not covet. You know? So, coveting is coveting. When you commit assault on someone, especially when you're married, or even when you're not, you're coveting. So, by 4 of the 10 metrics, you know, you can even throw in the Sabbath day because you know very well that he was not going to church and keeping holy every Sabbath. That's for sure. But of course, you know what you're going to hear from them? Donald Trump's not perfect. You know, no one's perfect. Which, of course, is a cop-out because these people are cowards. Cowards. When someone brings up what they did that's fucked up, all you're going to hear is, no one's perfect.
No, that's just a rule of their business.
No, because I'm built like a
And
tank.
demonizing
They say,
others.
come on in, Tanner.
He's just a
Okay,
rage
Mr.
bitter. He's just a
Okay,
rage
fine.
bitter.
Okay, Mr. 4'5". I'm gonna give you one last opportunity. To
6'3", we've already been over this.
I'm gonna go ahead and give you one last opportunity. I mean, I bet you overestimate the size of a lot of things there, bud. I'm gonna go ahead and give you one last opportunity to tell us if you're a Christian. If you cannot answer that question, I'm gonna go ahead and kick you in exactly 10 seconds. Take it away.
I'm a conservative, Trump MAGA 2028.
All right. Well, he didn't answer the question, so I'm gonna go ahead and kick him.
Okay, Julie, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much, Tammy. Thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. And Brianna, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. W. Parker, L. Tanner, yo, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Amanda, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Put some W's for all of them in the comment section right now. W's for Brianna. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Brianna.
I have a couple people to thank. Claire, thank you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat saying your hairstyles.
And Blake, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. It's actually crazy. I don't know why I did that.
Jennifer with another 5, Sage with a 5, and then Jennifer with a 25. Thank you so much for the love, Jennifer. Everybody, please show some love to Jennifer down below in that chat right now. Thank you so much, Jennifer. That is so incredibly kind of you. At least 250 big W Jennifers in that live chat right now. Thank you so much. Also, Jeremy with another 10. Thank you so much for the love, Jeremy. Telling Tanner to stop talking. Base, let's go. Then Sadra with the $10. Thank you so much. Saying that me and Parker breath fresh air. Thank you so much, Sadra. That's incredibly kind of you. VK with the $2. James with another $10. And then Neon with a 10 as well. You guys are incredibly kind. Thank you all so very much. We're gonna go ahead and reload that Venmo. Gotta thank a handful of people, quite frankly. If you're one of the 10.2 thousand people watching and you want to support, Venmo, PayPal, link in the bio. That's right. Suppose make sure to hit that follow button before you leave. Brianna, thank you for the $50 donation over on Venmo. Holy shit, I'm so sorry I didn't see that. Thank you so much, Brianna. I want to see at least 500 W Brianna's down below in that live chat. Thank you so much, Brianna. You are awesome. Thank you. I really mean that. Thank you, Brianna. Huge W Brianna down below in that chat, as well as Alina with the $2, AJ with the $10. Thank you, AJ and Brianna, and then Tyranny with the $10 on Venmo, Alina with a 5.
Senti, thank you so much for the $5. These experience will prepare you and your
Thank you
audience.
guys all
These
so
truth
much
warriors
for the
each day we
love.
get
You guys have been
stronger,
so incredibly
and they
kind
get weirder.
today.
The whole world
I
is
do
watching.
just
Thank you
wanna
so much. I
show
really
some
appreciate it.
crazy
Fia,
love
thank you
to
so
all
much for
of
the
you
£2.
guys.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it's so
I
true.
think that we
That's
have
so
very
true.
good debate
Keep the
stream
critical
today.
thinking out. That's so real.
Appreciate everyone so much for showing up. We're gonna end the stream here shortly. Side note, as soon as I end the stream, you should all go watch my new YouTube video. It is just highlights of debates from the last couple days. I think there's a really good one in there about me debating economics with somebody, and then I think there's a secondary one about me debating immigration. So, I mean, if you feel like you want to see more Dean debates, you can. You just got to go to the new YouTube video, which you all should do. Heidi, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. I really appreciate that, Heidi. Thank you. I've been trying to grow the YouTube accounts, and it's been pretty successful. We've been seeing a lot of good growth.
Bro, you have more subs than me.
That's crazy. But what will really help us send these videos out more and more and more and more and more is people going to my new videos, dropping them a like, a comment, and maybe, you know, just watching a little bit. So
I am going live chat. Don't worry. Also, make sure to follow me here because I got banned on my other accounts.
Kelvin, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. I appreciate that. So I would heavily implore every person watching this live to pretty please go over to my new YouTube video. And also, Thien, I'll check my Discord messages. I just saw your chat. You can find my YouTube account through the link in my bio. It's on the link tree, or just by searching Dean Withers on YouTube. Just go drop it a like, go drop it a couple comments, go drop it a share. I really want this video to try to blow up. We're going to try our hardest. That's right. And apparently, when you leave a comment, make sure that it is 7 words or more, according to my inside sources. And then Alexis, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. Thank you for the love, Alexis. That's incredibly kind. But all right, everybody, go watch that YouTube video. Go show some love to Parker. Parker, where are you going live?
I'm live on YouTube, everyone. Parker, get a job, and I'll be live on this account right here. You can also go to my main account because I'll add that up as a guest. I can't go on that one because it has an account ban warning, but just want to say thank you to someone real quick, or a few people before. Maybe thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Maybe I will. Heidi, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. As well as Najia, thank you so much for the $30 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Najia. Always good to see you. All right, everyone. I'll be live. You can also show up to my YouTube. I really would appreciate that, everyone. Also, for everyone on the YouTube stream, to make sure to like it. Appreciate everyone. Good seeing y'all. Have a good night, Dean. Have a good night.
Have a good one. All right, everybody.
Alrighty. Let me go live on my account here. Alrighty. Do give it a second, y'all. What's up, everyone joining in? Do tap that screen. Do share the live, everyone. It should help get it out to more people. What's up, everyone joining in the live? How y'all doing? What is up, everyone joining the live right now? How y'all doing? Do tap that screen. Do share the live. It should help get out to more people. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio. So also you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Vala, thank you so much. I really appreciate the £5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know. I actually crazy. Lunatic, absolute lunatic. But what's up, everyone joining in? Do tap that screen. Do share the live. Make sure to follow this account if you have not already, everyone. Seriously, haven't got this account like off the ground in terms of pushing out yet. So maybe today we'll be able to do that. I guess today will be like the main tester. So I would seriously really appreciate if everyone really try to get this live to send out on TikTok and YouTube. I'd really appreciate it. Jeremy, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Jeremy. Can we get some W's for Jeremy for the $20 YouTube Super Chat? Thank you so much, Jeremy. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate W's for Jeremy in the chat. Incredibly nice of you. You did not have to do that, but thank you so much. I really appreciate it. W's for everyone on the YouTube stream as well. To make sure to tap that the like button and help get it out to more people. I really would appreciate it, every single one of y'all. I would appreciate y'all so much. We're gonna start getting some people up here in a second. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Did you vote for Donald Trump? Did you vote for Donald Trump? Neon, thank you for the $2.
Sorry, man. You and Dean are doing great on YouTube. I love you guys.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Neon, low-key, I probably do. I'd probably someday I'll try to set that up here on YouTube. I think I'll do it on a stream where I'm probably like reacting to stuff. That makes the most sense, at least as of right now. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
Okay, why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
I didn't. You're amazing, Parker. I love you.
Appreciate you. This next person up here, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Do tap that screen. Do share the live, everyone. It will help get it out to more people. Yo, Santana, thank you so much for the Galaxy. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Hello.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
How are you doing?
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did indeed, love.
Okay, what state do you live in?
I'm in Ireland, by the way.
Okay. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. I honestly feel like this account is not sending out at all. I don't even think people could find it. We're searching to come to hear from Deans. I don't think people could even find it. Let me go onto my main and I will try to join in.
So what are your thoughts on... I'm not voting for Trump. What are your thoughts on the PXF thing?
Let's go on to the next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. I've already talked about this plenty of times on live. There's just crazy shit going on with like the Yo, what's up? How old are you?
35.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
Okay, why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
Mainly because of nothing was ever explained in the debate about the gun rights. That was one of the reasons.
What do you mean?
Well, during the Biden-Harris campaign, last campaign, they didn't really go over much on what they were doing with the Second Amendment and the gun rights. That was one thing that was...
Did Donald Trump do that?
That was with the Biden administration.
So are you like gun control or against gun control?
I'm kind of like 50-50 because I feel like everyone should have the right to bear arms because of the Second Amendment, and based off of, I can't remember his name. Let's see. I can't remember his name, but he had this quote, basically, how do you deter the difference between a law and a civilian basically having a gun? How do you deter either of them, that either side can't do wrong with it? Like, meaning, how can we trust the law over civilians, or how can we trust a civilian over law? Because they're both equal in that type of sense.
I don't know what you're trying to say. The civilians are equal to the government. How do we know who to trust for what? For guns access? Okay, here, let's clarify. Let's clarify this way. You think that there should be some gun control, right?
Yes.
Okay, so given that you think that there should be some gun control, but you should also still have restricted access to guns, what did Kamala Harris say about gun control that you disagree with? Because she did talk about guns.
I honestly don't remember that part in the debate.
Donald Trump didn't talk about it at all. Which is something I'm really confused about, because typically they do talk about those things. He didn't talk about it at all.
Right.
Maggie, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much. Hey, I'm happy W for you passing the LSAT.
There's also another thing too that is kind of hard to understand as well. I know you have a lot of knowledge with a lot of things as well. one thing I don't understand is the recent thing with the segregation, what he's trying to do.
Do you want to address what I said first?
Because I've been seeing a lot of debates on here that people are worried that everyone's going to be separated based on all that, like segregation. So what would be, sorry, I'm really hard with words lately. Do apologize.
I'm really having a hard time figuring out what you're saying.
Like, I don't get Trump's goal on that segregation part. That is what my question is. Like, I don't see a point to touching it, honestly, because that was written in history for a reason. So I know it doesn't really defend Trump on this part, but considered what he has done according to his felonies and all that kind of stuff, why he would be allowed to touch anything related to what was written in history from Martin Luther King or Lyndon B. Johnson, why that would ever be touched now when it hasn't been for how many years? It's really hard to support.
How do you feel about him saying he would like annex and take our allies like Canada, Greenland, and Panama?
Are you referring to the tariffs?
No, I'm referring to him saying that he might use the military to take Panama and Greenland, and he wants to make Canada the 51st state. The state for I think the $2. Go to my main account, and it should be through that one. Parker did a job on TikTok if you want to find it there, but you can always just stay here on YouTube. Possible, thank you to the 10 Canadian. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Beatrice, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Beatrice. Thank you so much. Thank you. Get some W's for Beatrice in the comment section right now.
I think we shouldn't cut our allies out, honestly, because how long were your allies? Like Canada, Mexico, and then the other one was there's three of them: Mexico, Canada. I'm missing one of them. I know there's three of them. I think that's very important to keep our allies close.
Okay.
Because.
So it sounds like Donald Trump, you disagree with him on a lot of these things. Can you tell me what you agree with
I
him
like
on?
the guy, but I don't like what he's doing. It's hard to support a guy when he's doing things that is against our government, like what we stood for. And it's really hard because he is a really nice guy. I've actually met him, to be honest with you. He is a very nice guy. But the things he is doing as far as his decisions, sorry, I got my words, is not really good for a lot of people in America and also for some allies to the United States.
So you don't like how Trump's acting. So it sounds like, do you regret your vote?
I do and I don't, because I feel like a lot of the
that was an accident.
Like the inflation was from the Biden administration because of helping Ukraine.
Really? Do you think the Biden-Harris administration helping Ukraine caused inflation?
Well, yeah, a lot of the support to Ukraine inflated our prices because of helping another country. The United States is
the only
always
the only argument you'd have for that is that the sanctions, right, led to an increase in oil prices because we're getting less Russian oil. And then your response is you wouldn't have put sanctions on Russia given that they invaded Ukraine.
I would have
honestly,
I wouldn't give anyone sanctions. No, I wouldn't give anyone sanctions. Only for the fact that, well, yeah, NATO is in Ukraine and part of the NATO, but
Ukraine is not a part of NATO now.
It's not? I thought it was.
Nope. If it was a part of NATO, there would be World War III happening right now. Do you think World War III is happening?
I feel like it's on the verge of it, honestly.
And
with
who's
all this stuff
president?
going on. DJP. Or, yeah, sorry. Yeah, DJT, I said that wrong. Donald Trump, yes.
So, what does that tell us?
It tells us that Trump is an idiot right now and he's not using his brain.
And you probably regret your vote, right?
I mean, it's still kind of early, though, in the presidency to really say what can happen later down the line or what can be changed based on what he's done already. I feel like we have a power to, I mean, honestly, I would just blow up his Twitter account and be like, change these things and give a long list because so-and-so will happen. I feel like he would listen to people. I know he's not very scientific in a lot of things, but...
Did he listen to Bill Barr? Did he listen to McMaster? Did he listen to Pence? Does he listen to any of those people? Seems like the people who he's listening to are people like Putin, right? Like, and Elon, and like that's about it. Like, I mean, who else is he listening to?
He could be probably following his own mind. I felt when I met him, he was a little stubborn in a way. Maybe not a little, but a lot. But
very stubborn, huh?
I think...
Is that like a good trait for a president to have?
Probably not, but the only thing with Kamala Harris that I didn't see that she'll be able to handle, I mean, I know she's really good with her previous, I guess she was all part of 3 branches. So I just don't know, like, how, so basically between male and female, this might sound a little weird, but I feel like if something were to happen as far as war, I don't think she would be really, how do I say that, strong-minded in that sense.
Why so?
I can't say she's like it, but because I haven't met her, don't really know her too well. But most females kind of over-exaggerate to some sort of extent in some kind of way.
One, you're
And
calling women females. Two, you're saying that most women over-exaggerate. What? Don't even get me started with men on over-exaggeration. Hello? There's a million things I could bring up right now with over-exaggeration. Donald Trump is the biggest over-exaggerator we've ever seen, like, in fucking
I'm not
history.
denying that.
Secondly, right, like, don't even get me started on, like, men, right, over-exaggerating on the size of things.
What I mean by that is, I don't feel that her emotions would be strong in that sense. I know, I heard you, I hear what you're saying, but I know it doesn't make Trump look any better because of what he's done so far. But only 2 months into the presidency, I feel like it's not enough to judge on.
Well,
Honestly, what would have and should have happened is Trump putting Kamala Harris as VP, so that way the views could be equal and they could come into the middle and kind of get rid of this divide that this nation has. Because Kamala Harris, I will give the Democrats.
you know what?
side
I don't
a lot.
disagree with that. You know what? Donald Trump should have made Kamala Harris his vice president. That's so real, dude. That's so real,
Because
dude.
the policies she had were
I mean,
really
if
good.
we're gonna have him as president, might as well make it a little bit better.
And
you
they
know?
had the same view. They really did. It's just his approach at it isn't fully there. And it's not meeting everyone's standards, which is a huge problem. And this is why you guys are having these debates, because Trump should be doing what he should be doing. And he's not.
He should be doing what he should be doing, and he's not. We agree.
And a lot of people like me, I am honest with everyone here, I'm disappointed in him. I did vote for him, but I'm disappointed in him because what he said in the debate, he was making some good points, some of them, but he's not meeting the eye-to-eye standard, and he's doing what a lot of presidencies have done, and not delivering what they promise. And
you regret your vote, right?
All right, Parker, you got me. Yeah, I do regret it in some sort of way.
Well, we
I've been a
appreciate you coming up
Democrat
on
my
that.
entire life.
Appreciate
Thank
you,
again,
appreciate you.
Parker. I have a quick
For the
question.
next person, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. This next person up here, quick, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio. Plus, you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Catalina, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you, Catalina. It's crazy. It's crazy the disrespect. Like people are insane. I appreciate you, Catalina. Appreciate you. W for Catalina. Aaron, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. They said I'm not elevated enough to understand this guest. Mike, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Maybe that's what helps me communicate, chat. How old are you?
I'm 13.
Bruh. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream, everyone. I really would appreciate that if you like the stream on YouTube. Seriously, it would mean a lot. It would mean so much. It helps send it out to more people. It helps send it out to more people. It's incredible how much it helps. Alrighty. Let's do this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 27.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did. I was actually on Dean's podcast yesterday, and I was trying to explain the nuances of Trump's immigration plan, and it was almost as though he positioned me in this oversimplified dichotomy in which I either had to solely be a proponent of mass amnesty or mass deportation. And then it's like the moment I start relating any or mentioning anything that is like demographically related.
There's something called therapy. You can always go search up, look into it. That's a great thing to go into. That's not
I'm
what the
trying to
live
do
is
that.
for here. If you'd like to like debate me, I'd love to, but like I mean I get it, but like I don't want to like hear the venting right now.
Well, I was just gonna say I said nothing racist, and his viewers came onto my channel because I have a black girlfriend. They attacked me for that, so it's kind of ironic.
That would be crazy because to attack you because of you having a black girlfriend. That's a crazy thing to do, of course.
So do you think you guys propagate any kind of message on here at all that somebody who voted for Trump they can't?
Wait, hold up. Can we like debate on the topic? I understand that like you probably don't like Dean, but like I mean.
No, I have a lot of respect for him. I think he's a sharp young guy. It was more of the viewers that came and attacked me afterwards.
Okay, then why'd you come up here to get attacked again?
I didn't. I came to debate on why I support Donald Trump and his immigration policy.
Yeah, but like, don't you think that's gonna put you at risk of getting attacked again?
No, I just wanted to stand up for myself.
Take the $5.
It was very hurtful. It was very hurtful for my girlfriend to have to read comments like that, and I feel like it was baseless and came out of nowhere because I mentioned nothing racist at all.
Okay. So then, would you like to give me like a reason why you think Donald Trump's better?
For immigration? Yes, because I don't think they were doing anything on the border during 2020 to about 2023. And then when things get so bad and you're seeing images.
So to clarify, you think that the border was bad in 2020?
I think it was bad until maybe the last year of Biden's term or the last few months of Biden's term.
So from 2020 to the last year of Biden's term?
About, yeah.
Okay, so you know who was president in 2020?
Yeah, Trump was. I meant Biden's first term. You look at it from 2020 to 2024, even though he was sworn in 2021.
So are you saying that Biden inherited it from Trump?
No, I'm looking at the numbers, the got away numbers, and how under Biden they were a lot higher, and they exponentially started to increase under Biden. And when things got so bad, like I said, we see these images of multinationalists cramming their way through holes in fences, where we see apartment complexes overran, and they're like, oh, this is getting really bad, especially when you have.
I have a question. Can you tell me what the Biden-Harris administration did to make it worse?
They didn't have security on the border. They
What
didn't
policy
allow,
did
they
they
didn't
pass
allow
that reduced
border. They
security?
didn't allow border patrol to use horses after the horses. What they do? Spook somebody? Run somebody over with a horse, and now Biden's
Can you give me
regime says
can
you
you give me
can't
a
use
source?
horses.
And yeah, if someone got ran over by a horse, yeah, probably shouldn't use horses in the modern era.
Okay. And then you have images like you have over.
Why
50
do you need a
migrants.
horse, dude? Why wouldn't you use it like a fucking motor vehicle?
Obviously, it was effective in manning parts of the border that were the terrain a vehicle can't access.
Okay, so certain terrain that no vehicles could access, not even off-road vehicles.
I'm sure they could, but I'm sure you could go into like little canyons and.
I have a
things like
question.
that much
If
more
I have a
effectively
question,
over-
would you prefer a motor vehicle or a horse?
Both, because they're both as efficient in different use cases.
So, but like if you had to pick one or the other.
If I could only pick one, I would pick the vehicles, but then that would cost a lot of money to make the border so vehicles could access all parts of the border.
Couldn't it be the case that that same thing would be true for horses as well?
Yeah, but vehicles are a lot more efficient than horses. Yeah.
Exactly.
So you don't think the horses played any role in being effective for border security?
Maybe they did. I just don't know. I didn't even know we cut them off.
Okay. I'm just like there was a lot of. If you just look at the got away numbers from, you use the Freedom of Information Act. You can see the numbers.
I'd love to hear what again the Biden-Harris administration did specifically
more like they
to like
pivot.
make the border conditions worse.
They leave it. Anyway, they weren't down at the border. They weren't securing the border, and then you have stories come out when you have over 50 migrants.
They
perish
weren't
in a tractor
securing the
trailer.
border. What should they do to secure the border?
They were neglecting the border. They should have been doing
What should they have done instead?
Having armed personnel down there.
Armed
like
personnel
US
down there.
Marines.
What policy did they change to reduce the level of armed personnel at the border?
You're gonna have to educate me on that.
So
But
are you
we
saying that they
know
kept the same level of?
When you look at the got away numbers, yes, you can see more people came through the border during Biden's
Okay,
administration.
yeah, but there
Exponentially, over
was
3 times
wait,
as
hold
many
up,
people.
hold up, sir, hold up. You know, at the end of the Trump administration, there were more border crossings on average than the end of the Biden-Harris administration. So do you think
At the
that?
end of the Trump administration.
So do you think that the end of Biden's administration there was a more secure border than the end of Trump's?
So you're saying more people crossed during the end of Trump's term?
Yeah, on average, daily crossings higher under the end of Trump's compared to the end of Biden's. So you're saying that the end of Trump's there was a less secure border than the end of Biden's?
Yeah, there was a less secure border, and I think COVID was the reason for that.
Now you can identify external causes. Now it's not just because it happened under the administration; it's caused by the president. Now there's external causes that are very clearly able to be identified. Why don't you use that same type of reasoning whenever we talked about the Biden-Harris administration and the level of immigration that happened under their administration? It's almost like your brain just shut off and you didn't care about that.
No, I do care about that.
Then why didn't you think about it?
He was only president for 1 term, and so if the problem
So?
happens at the end of the term,
We're comparing one term to one term.
I'm comparing the beginning of Biden's term to what the very end of Trump's term sounds like.
I'm comparing the end of Biden's to the end of Trump's.
Yeah.
And what's wrong with that?
Overall, if you look at the numbers overall, it's over 3 times higher with Biden. So I don't know why you're going to take one statistic from.
Wait, just because it happens. Wait, just
try to use that.
Wait, hold up. Just because it happens under the administration does not mean it's caused by the administration.
Yes, it does.
Okay, so then the end of Trump's compared to the end of Biden's.
Why are you taking one, or why are you taking a few months where the numbers were higher when overall it was 3
No,
times higher?
I'm by the end of the administration.
But why are you talking about the end of the administration when you have to look at it?
They've been able to
overall?
put all their policies into effect. Push the galaxy, thank you.
But the overall outcome from Biden compared to Trump was over 3 times more illegal immigration. So I don't know why it's relevant to take just the
Again,
end.
just because it happened under the administration does not mean it was caused by the administration. What did they do to cause that?
They incentivized them coming up here when there were migrant caravans. They did nothing. Trump would have been on the phone with the government of Mexico, making sure that didn't happen. And they
Lindsay, think the $5, Maggie, think the dollar. So again, you said that they quote unquote did nothing. Can you give me a single source?
They did nothing because on December 19th of 2023, they're arresting over 1,200 migrants, including over 100 Tren de Agua members. And how do you allow that to happen?
Dude, I'm waiting
in
for
action.
What was the source?
Go look it up.
Why don't you look it up? It's your claim.
This is all sourced through the Freedom of Information Act. You can easily look it up.
Then give me the title of where you found it.
This is on the Fed's website, whatever.gov.
No, go give me a title
Why do you need a title?
so I can find it.
I have to source it that accurately.
Yep. Mm-hmm. In the meantime, while he looks up a single source for his claim, everyone, do make sure to tap that screen, share live as well. It will help get out to more people. In the meantime, everyone, make sure to like the stream if you haven't already. Go check out my YouTube channel. It's great. It's incredible. Seriously, go check it out, everyone.
You still there, man?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I don't have a bunch of screens and information accessible, like as accessible as you do, so I don't.
Okay, so you can't find it. You had a phone. I heard you looking up. Did you not find it right away?
No.
No, why
I know
not?
you're pressing me on this one source here.
Mm-hmm. Why not?
Okay, so according to the government, record-breaking month for migrant encounters was December 2023 with 249,741 migrant crossings. which led to an average of 8,000 arrests per day. This is December 2023. This is the government's website, federal government.
What was the claim that you made?
That the inactions of that administration leads up to these problems. It leads up to
Yeah, but I asked for a
50
source for like them not enacting anything. You just gave me a claim that like, oh, this is how many border crossings there were, or how many
Well, if you
arrests.
compare it to
Wait,
now-
by the way, wait. You just
Go
brought
ahead.
up people that were arrested, right?
Sure.
So then they were arrested.
They
so,
were arrested.
So then something did happen. Are you saying more people were held accountable under the Biden-Harris administration than the Trump administration?
No, I'm not saying that because the numbers are at record low.
I thought you said that there were more arrests.
More.
All right, so you're
Because
saying there's
more
record
people
low
coming
arrests?
Yes.
So they're not arresting people? So you're saying
Because
there's
less
less
people coming through the border.
So there's less action now than there was then.
Correct. There's less action now. Border crossings are at an all-time low. The border is secured with the U.S. military, and it wasn't like
I don't know.
They
I don't
only
think he
started to
knows what
take
he's
action-
saying right now, Chad. I think he lost himself there. I think he lost himself.
No. They let it go crazy, and that's why you saw all the images you saw in 2021, 2022, and 2023. It was only when Biden started to run for his re-election campaign did they actually start to do things about it.
Okay. So like they waited too long. Okay, when did Trump put in place to remain in Mexico?
I don't know.
2019. Well, why didn't he do it day one? Because it
I
was
don't
an
need to
it
have-
was an executive
I don't
order. He
need
could
to
have done
have
it day
all the
one.
data.
Wait, it was an executive order. He could have done it day one. Why do you wait?
I don't know exactly why he waits. But I don't need to have all the data that you have to come to my confirmation bias. It doesn't take all that data.
You have confirmation bias. What'd you say?
I don't need to know that. I probably should.
Oh.
Do you want to tell me?
Tell you what.
When did Trump reinstate the state of Mexico policy?
I told you 2019.
Do you know why he didn't do it before? Was it because of the
Nope.
Senate and the House?
No, because it's an executive order.
So you're saying during 2016 to 2019, Trump did absolutely nothing to secure the border?
2016, he wasn't president. What I'm saying is that you can't even tell me what he did.
I told you what had happened. I made the case for why Trump is better on immigration than Kamala. I don't need to explain all of these nuances.
Can you name one thing that Trump did between 2017 through 2019 for
Just
immigration?
one thing. Just one thing. Anything. From 2017 to 2019. A while ago, man. I can't think of anything off the top of my head. The only thing that I really think that was a good thing that came out of his first term was tax cuts.
That has nothing to do with immigration. Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. Can you tell me one provision within the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act?
One provision?
Mhm.
Yeah, I said earlier, it's the child tax credit.
And how much did it increase to?
$1,000 from 1,000 to 2,000.
And where'd you learn that from?
From you. It's not a bad thing, right?
Sage, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. And when did you learn that from me?
Earlier this afternoon.
Earlier in this conversation. Sadro, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much to Katie with the 20 pounds. Thank you so much for Parker. I'm hooked on your streams. It's fascinating, but I really worry about these people. It must be a hard realization when they catch on that they've been completely duped and exploited by a greedy fascist rapist. That's very true. But thank you
Why
so
do you
much,
think
Sadro. I
that-
really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Do you think that all Trump supporters are these type of people who are deranged and mentally sick? Is that your view? Because that's more of an extremist view, don't you think? You don't think there's any middle ground for Trump supporters and moderate Democrats to meet?
Do you realize that the average person alive isn't even the typical person that votes?
Yeah.
Okay. But I do believe that there's plenty of people that are misinformed, right? And there's a lot of people that just have shitty fucking morals, right? They're horrible people. And there's cross-contamination in the same political party, right? Amongst like, the misinformed and those that are just deplorable individuals who are horrible people who want people to be hurt. Right? So like I can acknowledge that, but like I don't know what your point is.
It was more of just like the vitriol that you see from them. But yeah, when you express that you're not your typical voter, that
Evie, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate
I
it.
just came here to debate my stance on immigration and try to say like how it's not racist. And I don't know how you guys could come to that conclusion that I'm racist because I don't know if I mentioned Tren de Agua's statistics or because I just mentioned what's foreign workers and American workers and balancing that out. I don't know how that's racist.
Do you think Donald Trump is racist?
Do I think I don't think he's inherently racist. I think things that he has done.
I'll take the $5. Do you think he
things
still
that he has
perpetuates
done
racism
can be
today?
interpreted as being racist.
Do you think he still perpetuates racism today?
I don't see it. I don't see it because I see the people who he's working with, they're multinational people. The race is irrelevant. When I see him engage in the Oval Office every day with these people, race doesn't seem to be any sort of issue. It's not brought up. It's not like I don't see him having a racial bias towards anybody.
Okay, so then here would be my question. You say that it is the case that Donald Trump doesn't show any biases. Can you name a single cabinet member who's not white?
A single cabinet member who's not white? I can't because only the white cabinet members are getting the media attention. And so like, I can't name, no. I couldn't name any of Biden's cabinet members. I don't know.
So maybe you're just not informed?
But how does that make somebody racist?
So I just said you're not informed. So
But if I
You
were
said
informed of
you
the
said on a,
cabinet
wait,
members, how would that-
wait, dude. You said on a daily basis he's treating people with respect who have different races, but like you don't even know any of the people he's engaging with. So I just don't.
It was
really
more
get
of how he was treating the world leaders of other countries.
Like who?
Like the king of Saudi Arabia or the prime minister of Japan. I thought he was very gracious with them, and I don't think race is a thing.
You don't think? Okay, so you don't wait. So you don't think you can be racist?
I don't think it's a thing with Trump right now.
Okay, what is racism?
Racism is like hatred and vitriol towards somebody based off of their skin color.
Do you think that someone can say the N-word, like a white person can say the N-word to somebody who's black without being racist?
Not usually, no.
No. So, but they can?
No, not typically. No, you can't.
Typically?
Yes.
So in some
Unless-
circumstances,
Very,
it's
very
not.
rare. Very rare with somebody. It's very rare, but no, you can't say that. And just because I say
Wait,
it's
wait,
rare,
wait,
say it in a rare
Hold, stop,
exception
stop.
thing.
You think in some circumstances it's not racist for white people to tell black people that they are the N-word?
Not in a racist way, in the same way that other black people would say it to each other. And these are white people who are brought up differently. Do you want to?
What do you mean white people that are brought up differently, bro? Oh my god. What? Bro, I like how he came on the live and he's like trying to defend that he's like not racist, right? But then he's gonna sit up here and he's gonna argue that in some circumstances, white people calling people who are black the N-word isn't racist. What? Laura, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. He said, "Move your mic. You're talking into Trump's neck." Oh, I got you. I got you. Carly, thank you so much. Appreciate the $10. Thank you. That is so crazy. Sierra, thank you so much for the $10. Kyle, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Are those Kyle? That's protest, right? All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay, why so?
Because why are we killing babies?
Okay, all right, okay. So to clarify, you think abortion is murder?
I'm lying. I love you so much. It's my birthday and I love you so much. Bye. Bye.
Happy birthday. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 36.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, but I gotta say, what the fuck is with these guests?
Najia, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Saw a video that putting them in a freezer would kill it, but freezing embryos keeps them alive. That's why an embryo isn't a baby. Might be a good argument. Oh my god. Wait. That's actually a perfect question. I'll just ask people. Do you think it's okay to put babies in freezers? They think an embryo is a baby, so they have to say that yes, they think it's okay to put babies in freezers. Why is that so funny, dude? That's so funny. Oh my god, yo, that is such a new argument unlocked. Oh my god. Let's run it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
You voted for Donald Trump, right?
Oh, of course I did, Parker.
And you're pro-life, right?
Pro circumstance.
You're pro-life?
Pro circumstance.
Do you think in most circumstances that abortion should be illegal?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Here's my question. Do you think it should be legal to put babies in prison?
In prison?
Yeah. Or not prison, sorry.
No.
In freezer. In a freezer. Do you think it's okay to put babies in a freezer?
If it's post birth, absolutely not.
Oh, so it is okay in some circumstances to put babies in a freezer?
If they're in a not post birth state, then yes.
Okay, so putting babies in a freezer is totally okay to you.
In a pre birth state.
Okay, well, you heard it here first, folks. The pro-life worldview entails that it's okay to put babies in freezers. So it is not child neglect. It is not wrong for you to put your babies in the freezer, okay? Put them in the freezer, they'll be right okay. Okay,
Pre-birth.
put babies in the freezer, it's totally fine.
Yeah, let's stop with the microaggressions, Parker. Let's get down to the brass tacks of things,
Wait,
okay?
the microaggressions? What?
Yeah.
What
You
mic-
are prone to microaggressions, Parker, and it's fine. You know, you have what's called shiny object syndrome. You suffer from it quite dangerously, in fact.
What microaggression did I just engage in?
You like to take something, right? And you like to just cattle prod it, right? Over and over and over again to get views, and that's fine. But let's get down to the brass
You don't
tacks
know
of
what
the conversation here.
you don't know what a microaggression is.
Yeah, you're full
Sean,
of them,
thank you so
alright?
much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, let's get down to the brass tacks of things, Parker,
Okay.
okay? I saw you and your little butt plug buddy, Dean, talking in his live about these what you guys like to call classified information, but it wasn't classified, right? From Secretary Pete Hegseth and 12 other people, right? And you guys listen to this Goldwater fellow, right? This gold, whatever the fuck you want to call him, right? Say, oh, I got sent the war plans, the attack
By
plans.
the way, I just want to let you know you did just engage in a microaggression without realizing.
That's fine. And you guys sit there and hear the word war plan and classified. By the way, Goldwater has 0 security clearance, right? So he wouldn't know classified if it hit him in the face, okay? So you guys hear this, and you guys get spoon-fed this every day, and then you guys run with it. Why? Because you have nothing else, right? You literally have nothing. Saying the weather is favorable
Wait,
and that
to be clear,
F-18s...
you said spin what? Sorry, repeat what you just said.
You guys get spoon-fed this lunacy, really.
What lunacy?
You you guys hear this reporter say, "Oh, I got sent war plans and classified information," and you're like, "Holy fuck!" But in fact, when we read the messages, that's the opposite of what it was.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm guessing Matt knows about this.
Oh, I know it. I've been reading all day about it. I've been reading all fucking day about it. I love it when people say Pete Higgs has said that Goldberg, that's his name, Goldberg, a man that's been doing foreign policy for like 30 some fucking years, like doesn't know classified documents. And yet you have multiple news reports today that say that current defense officials say that the plans that were discussed were classified. Like, read the fucking news, people. This has been all day today when he put out the full text, people saying, oh yeah, looking over that, that's definitely classified. And when they call it a war plan or call it like a battle attack plan, it's fucking classified. And just admit that you have amateurs in this job who accidentally added a fucking journalist, and that if this was anybody else, if this was Harris, if this was a fucking Lloyd Austin who did this, you guys would be having a fucking uproar. There would be House committees. You guys would be calling for the firings, for Biden's head on a fucking platter. But no, because it's Donald Trump and Daddy Trump, this could be no wrong, and you're saying this is not a big deal. Give me a fucking break. If this happened to anybody else, you would have been blowing the fucking roof.
Tim, thank you for $5. Yo, can we get some W's for Matt in the comment section?
It's
Totally,
true.
like true.
It's
Macy,
fine.
thank you $2. Totally true. Matt just dropping the truth bomb on the guest.
Matt, you claim you know everything about this because you read some news articles. Okay?
No, I never claimed that. I said I know about one subject.
Yeah, excuse me. Let's look at the message, right?
Sure.
Show me where in PTHS message it showed which squadron, which ship, the time of specific takes-offs, the ordnance packages that they would be dropping, specific targets, specific locations.
Okay, fine. Okay,
Yeah.
One, you don't need specifics in that way for it to be classified. You can talk about when, where, and how, and for it still to be classified. Just because they don't give you the exact date, the exact battalion, the exact squadron, does not mean that it's not classified. Because as I said, whenever people who are in this job deeply, the people who are in the actual Defense Department, people on the outside and on the inside, look at the actual text message and they look at it, it is clear to them that some of the evidence and some of the pieces that were discussed were clearly classified.
They asked him to name a white member, and he was like, bro, Chris Patel is right there. Like, that's actually crazy. The head of the FBI, come on. So even the best of these people are heavily misinformed. They don't know what the fuck's going on. And also, this whole, don't you think it's weird that all Trump supporters are, it's like, do you want a cookie? What is this bitchy attitude of like, oh, people shouldn't say mean things to me or say anything to me? Like, bro, you're disappearing protesters. I don't know what you expect me to say to you. If that's it's better the Michael Knowles of the world, at least they're sticking to what they believe in. No matter how horrific it is. They're not gonna come here and say, I didn't actually finish school, so therefore I shouldn't debate. You come on here and then curry for sympathy. I don't get it, really.
And that's why even when you had Tulsi Gabbard, but before the House committee, she wouldn't even say if it was or not. Why? Because she knows that she cannot, under perjury, say whether or not it is classified. Because if she says no, then she's committing perjury. That's why only That's why only Pete Hegseth, who was not before any committee, was not under perjury or anything, could say it. But if you put him under a House committee where he actually could be held to that standard, he would probably say, well, I don't know. Because everybody who is outside of this administration, who knew and knows about defense strategy, knows about what goes on behind the scenes, tells you that this information probably was classified. And I don't take Pete Hegseth's word that it wasn't classified. People in this industry that have been doing it for decades say that it was.
Yeah, Matt, so do you know what the term OPSEC means?
Sure, yes.
What does it mean?
Sure. Whether or not...
What does it mean? What does it mean?
Mike, think the $2.
Operation something.
Operational security.
Okay, operational security, sure, okay.
Yeah, so if you look at these messages, so operational security, when it comes to the Navy, OPSEC is like me saying, if I'm stationed on the USS Harry Truman, right? Operational security is like me saying, hey, the Truman's going to pull into Sigonella, Italy, on Monday at 8 p.m., right? That jeopardizes the security of the ship because it's ship's movement, it's operational security. So that's telling our enemies and adversaries, hey, the USS Truman is going to be docked in Sigonella, Italy at 8 p.m. on Monday, right? What we saw in these text messages were no location, no time, no ship, no targets, no ordnance packages, and no squadron names. This was saying F-18s are going to be a part of the first drop. Then we're going to have Tomahawk missiles. There was no, what ship were these Tomahawks coming from? What kind of Tomahawk missiles were they? Where were these Tomahawk missiles going to go? Who were they intended to take out? That's operational security. This was generalized updates. This did not jeopardize a sliver
Is that
of this
classified?
operation.
Is that classified? Yes
Okay,
or no?
let me give you two pieces of things about it. Okay, one, you have a Pentagon spokesman, okay, someone from the Pentagon, who says they received briefings about this very attack, okay, that match what Pete Higgs had said in that chain, right? And on that document, it was marked classified. Okay, so that's one line of evidence. Two, you can look at the actual chain, and not only does it give you the time, it tells you the time, it tells you how the weather is. It says that he confirmed it with CENTCOM. It says that you'll go for launch. It says what kind of planes they're using, what kind of guns they're using, where the known location is. All of these things are in that chain. Okay, because Jeffrey Goldberg released the full chain this morning because they were calling him a liar and saying that, well, he didn't really have it. They didn't really have anything. And so he released it all. And once you got to see it all, people who are actually involved in the Pentagon, in the defense industry said, it is clear as day that some of the matters that were discussed were clearly classified. And again, the test for this.
Hey, Matt, have you ever looked through the emails? Have you ever looked through the emails?
Oh, I know, yeah.
Have you looked at the class?
That's the point. What?
Matt, so let me just respond to what you just said. You said that it matched the classified briefings that these individuals got. You do know that an actual war plan would include specifics like ordnance. It would include
Wait, so regardless of whether or not you want to say it's a war plan, what do you consider?
See, that's the new argument now. Now they're saying,
let me talk to Matt.
No, that's the new argument now. Now they're saying, well, this is not a war plan. This is a battle plan.
Now let me finish for a second. Jeez.
So classified battle plans.
You just said that this had the types of planes they were using. Matt, East Coast aircraft carriers, what kind of fighter jet are stationed on?
Why is he not answering any of the questions we asked?
There only are F-18s stationed on East Coast carriers. West Coast carriers have F-18s and F-35s, all right? So we already know it's a default of what kind of plane would be used. And where did he say what kind of gun was going to be used? There was no mention of guns, Matt.
Strike drones.
Oh, so strike drones. So the Middle Eastern strike
again,
drones. Somehow that's classified.
No, you're getting caught up in the fact that it's not matching what you think should or should not be
So
classified.
him saying that F-18s are going to be used.
No, what I'm telling you is that the people involved who know this issue better than you or I, okay, the people who've been doing this for decades, people in the Pentagon right now, people in the defense industry right now, people that have been doing this forever are telling us, right, that this information matches exactly what would happen in a classified type of setting. And that is exactly what happened when the Pentagon themselves said, we got briefing papers that match word for word what is being said in the signal chain. And on that piece of document, it said classified. And again, my test for you is that if this happened under any Democratic administration, would you say this exact same thing? And the answer is no. If Joe Biden and Harris and Lloyd Austin and Anthony Blinken were on a signal chain and said this exact thing, you know that you and every other MAGA person will be jumping down their neck about why they're sharing classified data on a unclassified signal chain. And
Matt,
you know that for a fact.
Matt, so what you're taking, right, is you're taking what we like to call conjecture, right? You're taking a factual basis, right? And you're including disfactual facts, okay? So you're saying that defense officials said that they got these classified briefings and it matched word for word. Do you have the classified briefing? Are you able to compare it yourself, or are you listening to people on the news?
That's what you're doing. That's what you're doing. You're saying Pete Hegseth told me, and you're believing Pete Hegseth. But the problem is,
you know what, Matt? Pete Hegseth.
I read the message
he was a Fox News host, so I will listen to anything that comes out of his mouth.
And again,
I read the message myself.
As someone as myself that has no training in defense policy, right? Or no, and I admit that. All I know is from what people in the industry, people who do the job every day for decades, are telling me. And just because you think that you have the answer when you're not in government, when you're not behind the scenes, when we have current, actual Pentagon officials, people in the administration right now telling us, oh yeah, we looked at this and it matches what we had within our classified chain. So once again, that's the Trump administration's position.
Matt, listen, war plans.
Hold on. I just want to be clear. Red Turtle sent $10 and said, I wish I had TikTok to talk to that guy, but I'm in the military and have been on missions exactly like that one. I would be pissed if those texts leaked before the mission. That guy was an idiot.
Listen, Matt,
as well as Jennifer with the $50. Thank you so much for it's fucking classified. They need to be fired. Yo, W for Jennifer in the comment section. $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Jennifer.
Matt, listen.
And Kelly, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Tyler, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh.
War plans include destinations.
Wait. Trump White House. Do you use the N-word in any of your videos?
No.
Then why did I just get a message from someone saying that you do?
Well, you can check them for yourself. I do not. Go check. War plans include locations. They include
what you're doing now. Okay, one, if you did say that, that's like flipped up.
Yeah, wait, for the person who sent that to me, please let me know which one, because I want to find that real quick. Natasha, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Happy birthday, Natasha.
Oh,
excuse me.
hold on. Oh, I know.
Excuse
Do
me, I
you
don't give
think
a shit.
that Derek Chauvin? Do you think that Derek Chauvin should be like pardoned or
Oh
something?
wait. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. No, I. Okay, yeah, it's probably true that he said the N-word if that's the case, dude. Holy shit.
By the way, chat. My only point, right?
I'm pretty
never
sure.
said,
I'm pretty sure I remember that person now.
Yeah, I never said that I'm some expert in defense policy. All I've been doing all today is reading the news and like getting it ready for my Substack and everything. And all I know is that you have current officials in the Pentagon and in the defense realm, both inside and out, talking about how this is clearly classified. And I guarantee you that if this was anybody else, Biden, Obama, Carter, it doesn't really matter to me. Anybody else, Republicans would be having a screaming fit. That's the point. Stay consistent.
Let's get this next person up here. Yo, Sierra, thank you so much for the $10. Laura, thank you so much for the $10. And Jesse, thank you so much for the $2.
Thank you, Aaron, for $10 too. Thank you so much, Aaron.
Thank you, everyone. And Hannah, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it, Hannah. All right, let's get this next person up here. See, tap that screen. Do shit live. Everyone will get out to more people. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Everyone, I probably have another 2 hours or so left on the live. That's crazy. That's crazy, Tyler. Thank you for letting me know. That's so insane. Oh, this person's name is AOC is the GOAT. What are you talking about? You are totally on our side. Everyone, do tap that screen. If you're on TikTok, let's try to get to 500,000 likes. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. I really would appreciate that. This next person up here. My YouTube video from today is doing pretty decent. Not too bad so far. Has 14,000 views so far. Yo, what's up, how do you? I can't hear you at all. This next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Only do send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up, how do you?
I just want to say I love you and appreciate what you're doing.
Appreciate you. This next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. All right, let's get this next person up here. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Alrighty, I'm trying to get someone up here. Do give it a second. No, yo, Najia, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yo, what's up, how do you? Oh, let's get this next person up here real quick. Alrighty. Yeah, we're at the point where it's like we literally have no new guests. I know it's been 70% the whole stream. I had a feeling maybe we could break out of it, but I just caught it with my feet, chat. I just caught my camera with my feet, accidentally knocked it over, and then caught it with my feet.
Nice.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yep, 34.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. Why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
Well, I got kicked in the head by a horse, and it made sense.
Checks out.
Yep, that checks out.
I buy that.
Yo, what's up? How do you? Okay, let's see this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. This next person up here.
And for everybody who's wondering, just FYI, if you want to know where I get my sources, what am I reading throughout the day, I have a Substack that is entirely free. Every day. And you can subscribe for free, and you get a daily newsletter that has all the news that I read, and so you know exactly what I'm reading, and it's all free. Link in bio.
Yo, Bob, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yo, hello. I just want to say, my mama loves you, bro.
Okay, nice. Peace. Jason, thank you so much for the $5. Let me see. Jason, no, of course not. Regardless, I mean, I think they're classified because of what they were. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did. Wait. Okay, this just came to mind. I need to ask this. Why did Biden continue his tariffs with the China tariffs? I'm not in support of tariffs, but
Democrats are still okay with certain targeted tariffs. None of those are blanket tariffs. They're targeted ones.
Yeah, I'll say none of us here are like blanketly just opposed to all tariffs. We just want to be targeted and to have some kind of rationale behind them.
Mm-hmm.
Trump has no rationale. Like just today, he put a 25% tariff on all foreign auto imports, meaning that almost every car in the United States will like go up in price.
Yeah.
Why?
Ken, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Ken. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Get some W's for Ken in the comment section. Thank you.
So he didn't keep the blanket tariffs on China, right?
He did on some, yeah.
But they were only like targeted tariffs, right?
Yeah, they were targeted to like certain industries.
Gotcha.
Which is good because that's fine with me. I got no problem with it. If Trump wanted to do targeted tariffs on very certain industries, I got no problem with that. The problem is that's not what he's doing.
Like semiconductors.
Yeah, like I mean, and Biden had a multi-pronged strategy for that, though. He didn't just put
he did
tariffs. He had the CHIPS Act.
That's true. Okay, honestly, that's all I have. Wait, one more. Why did immigration?
You're not debating, are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump and you're debating, y'all. Yo, what's up, audio?
22.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's so funny. I think it's so funny that you got up here and cried over Chris and Harry.
Okay. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I am 18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
Okay. Why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
Is it okay if I ask you just like 3 short questions? I can answer any question after you.
Go ahead.
Whatever. Okay. My first one is so I've been watching you and Dean since November of 2023, and something you bring up is just that an undocumented migrant is 4 times less likely to commit a crime than a documented citizen of the United States. Or an undocumented immigrant. Sorry. I just don't know how one person is more likely to do something bad than another. Is it just like a study on who? Just like a study done on just documented versus undocumented, or?
I'm confused what your question is. Matt, did you understand the
I'm
question?
sorry.
He's asking how the I think you're asking how they know.
How do they know
Yeah,
that undocumented immigrants commit lower rates of crime?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's based upon like the study. They know it's a statistic based on like the arrest rates. So like I mean I would just tell you to read the study. Like go look at pnas.org undocumented immigrants versus natural born U.S. citizens crime rates.
And that's not only the only one though. There's been 2 or 3 more studies that have come out. Some that are state specific. So what they do is they look at the rates of arrest for a certain time period, usually like 2012 to like 2018, something like that. They look at documented versus undocumented, born here versus not born here, and then they also will extrapolate that out based on other variables. So they have both a actual data and then they have like an estimated data.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but that's just interesting. I just didn't know when I first heard that. I was like, how could one human being? But it's just based off what crime has already occurred. Okay.
Yeah, I mean it's the same way that we analyze crime rates among various other populations.
Okay, and then also I just wondered if there will ever be a point that you Parker or if Dean will ever start running Christianity debates again.
Maybe sometime.
I mean, we kind of like do a little bit, like
yeah, within the
not
debate.
like not like the. I mean, maybe here pretty soon. I was thinking about it. Just the thing is, my YouTube audience is catered towards like politics. So I don't know how that would do like for doing.
It's just kind of what gets the most views.
Do it on Sunday.
No, it's not about that necessarily. I mean, obviously that's a relevant point, but like
Right.
I'm just saying like I'd probably be willing to do it like after I've already done my normal life for the day and just as extra, if that makes sense.
Okay, yeah, just because so I grew up like super conservative Christian.
But yeah, I mean, if I could simultaneously do that, like I mean, for YouTube and stuff, that'd be great. I'd love to do
It's
that.
just also it's just super helpful for me because like I go to a Bible college that I don't really like, but it just helps keep my memory fresh on points and stuff. And I debated somebody the other day, but I didn't do a super good job because I don't communicate very well. I don't think. But I did enjoy it. Another question. So last question. I've been debating people on vaccinations, and like I know some. Like I said, I go to this college. I know some people who just like have never been vaccinated ever. Like they just grew up like it's a bad thing. And one thing somebody brought up was that if you get a vaccination, like you might be fine, but your kids are more likely to have I don't know if this is a correct term or not, but autism or Down syndrome.
No.
And yeah, I didn't know how. I tried to get them to like bring a study like that would prove that at all, but they said that like there was a study, they just weren't online right then or whatever.
We have there's no studies that show that. There's also studies that indicate otherwise, like that it's not caused.
And I'm actually being serious when I say this. There is no study. Like I'm not joking. Like there is not one scientific study that is taken credibly within the community that shows that there's any causal link between vaccines and any type of neurological disorder.
Because like I couldn't find one that disproved it necessarily. Like I could find certain things that were kind of close to it, but I could never find one that proved it.
Yeah, it just doesn't exist.
Okay. Yeah. I think that's all my questions. But yeah, I basically voted Trump because I didn't have another option because I've been kind of pressed by people. I thought about just like doing it in line, but yeah.
I mean, you always have an option.
Yeah, you're right. I should have not voted Trump. I know that obviously, even before this election.
Okay, well.
Yeah.
All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, Mr. Tiger. Okay.
This next person up here, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you did vote for Trump. Najee, thank you so much for the $2. It said Matt, check Cash App.
Oh, did I? Oh,
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you. It means a lot to me. Thank you so much.
All right.
WG is in chat. Thank you so much.
I think we're at a point where we're not going to get debates. It's very unfortunate.
You want to try my account?
I mean, there's already like near 4K, and it would probably take like the rest of the live to be able to build it up. I only have an hour and a half.
Who is
left
Matt?
anyway.
I am Matt. Hello.
Hello?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did. I wanted to go back to that classified information whole scandal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where's the goose? Thank you so much, Kimmy.
Okay,
yeah, everyone do tap that screen to get up to 500,000 likes, share live as well. We're going to help get out to more people. If you want to support me or Matt, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio. It should help get out to more people as well.
They said that the target terrorist was at his known location. Hypothetically, that information got to them. Wouldn't they move? I just thought that was something Matt could have brought up.
I mean, it's true.
I did not vote MAGA. Sorry.
I just
no,
that should
that's
sit
a
on
good
me.
point.
That's a really good point. I had to bring
No,
it up. Bye.
that's a good point. Thanks for bringing it up. Yeah, thanks, Jeff. Yeah, because Signal is not protected in the same way. So yeah, that's a good point. Thanks for letting me know.
Alrighty. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Do you tap that screen to show live view? What's up, how old are you?
What's up? I'm 22.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yep.
Why so?
Honestly, bro, it was based off all these people that they put on a pedestal for the Democratic Party. I find you guys like very disrespectful. You're a little bit better than the other guys, but my vote honestly changed just based off how the Republican people act compared to the Democratic.
Yeah, that's just like a horrible way to base your position because it doesn't actually change the validity of the opinion at all. You're like your disagreement was with how people act, not the ideology.
But like, what's that mean? Like,
Yeah, that's
how did
well,
they
that's
act? How
just,
did they
that's
act?
honestly where I'm at.
Yeah, like so you voted against Democrats because you don't like me?
No, it wasn't even you. Like I said, it was honestly your little crew.
Doing what?
Like what did tell me what I did that you dislike?
I would just say, like, up into the thing, you guys always try to sound smarter than everyone, and you just belittle people, and you'd have a much better opportunity if you guys just were more respectful to people.
Well, no. Well, one.
I'm sorry. I just want to
I
be
think
clear.
we are respectful, but
I just don't think you have the right to care about being belittled when you voted for Donald Trump.
Okay.
I don't think you have that. I don't think you have that right. I don't think you have the right to do that.
So
what's up?
I said that's exactly why you guys lost votes, is because you act like that towards people.
Why didn't Donald Trump lose votes then?
Huh?
Why didn't Donald Trump lose votes then? For acting that way, because he was way worse.
I would disagree.
What?
You don't
I
think
would
Donald acted
disagree.
that way?
Newscum?
What?
Ron DeSanctimonious?
Newscum?
No, I'm saying you guys just lost a lot of voters based off how you guys acted. And I'm talking about you, Harry, Dean, all those guys. Dean is the best one out of all of you, but
wait,
honestly,
okay, why do you like?
disrespectful, honestly,
I'm
you guys
not-
lost.
I'm not
you guys' party. You guys didn't help shit. So
Hold on, I'm not friends with Harry, but like in terms of Dean, why do you like Dean more than me?
because Dean's actually respectful and he brings up more facts than all of you guys.
Dean's respectful.
Yeah, Dean's a lot more respectful than you guys, honestly.
I'm sorry, you are delusional. There's no way. What makes you think that? You think Dean is
Just
more
based off
respectful
my
than
watch.
me?
I mean, I don't sit here and watch you guys all the time, so
Yeah,
I
I know
don't
that's the issue. I'm telling you, like anyone that actually knows, right? Like this like me and Dean, like this community of people, right? Me, Dean, Matt, anyone knows that Dean is not as respectful. Like
I've been told-
you can think
I
that
think
if you
that's
like
just my personal
people, the
opinion. I
people,
think Dean is
listen. The only people who think that are people who have watched the Jubilee debates.
I've
I
been told
like
that
Dean a
way.
lot more than you guys. I think he brings up more facts over feelings.
I've been told
Whereas,
by
like, you guys
MAGA
get super
themselves.
emotional.
No, no.
And, like,
I've
you
been
were
told
crying
by
about freaking Harry Simpson.
I've been told by MAGA themselves on MAGA Live when I pop in there that I'm the most respectful. That like I'm the one actually like
Matt is the
gives a
most
little
I'm
bit
not
too
coming. I
much.
don't even know who you are, Matt. So
The
you're
Monster
fine.
God's
fine.
Darkness. Think of it $10.
I like being unknown because it just means that I can just be behind the scenes and like
Yeah,
run
you
things
seem
behind the
fine,
scenes.
bro. I don't really have an issue with you. I don't because you're not.
Okay,
I don't even know who you are really.
Well, that's fine.
Why are you guys being disrespectful to Dean though? He's the best one out of you guys.
Wait, we're not being disrespectful to Dean. Dean would say this himself.
Well, you literally just sat there and said, "Oh, I'm way more respectful than Dean."
Wait.
I like Dean a lot, but like
hold
Dean.
on, hold on.
That just shows how
Hold up,
disrespectful
this guy
you
does
are.
not listen. Shut up for 1 second, please. Listen, what I'm saying. Dean would acknowledge that himself. He would say that himself.
Well, that doesn't mean that I can't still have my opinion that he's more respectful.
I get it, but like Dean would laugh at what you're saying right now, and he would think that's funny.
Cool. I'm glad I made him laugh. I don't know what you want me to say. I really do think you guys lost the election. And I live in Washington, and I was a lifelong Democrat, but the way you guys acted was just so disrespectful.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Can you tell me one thing I did
Here's
that
my-
was disrespectful?
I'm just saying the way you talk to people, you bring up Trump supporters and you belittle them. That's not how you change people's
How did I?
opinions.
Can you tell me one time I belittled someone?
I'm talking about before the election. You guys always would. All of you guys just bring up people and you're disrespectful towards them. That's not going to put people on your side.
Okay, why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
I just told you. Bro.
What? My fucking account got flagged for harassment and bullying?
Seriously?
You're trolling. You're trolling. My account got flagged for harassment and bullying. It's fucking muted.
I don't even know what you did, honestly, but
No,
that was the one that wasn't talking.
no,
It was-
my other account.
oh.
Like his other account wasn't even talking.
But I'm not gonna lie, you've been respectful to me today, so I can't really give you too much flack, my friend. So
Well, okay.
Yeah,
how about
that's
this?
honestly where I'm
let's
coming
meet
from.
halfway. Let's meet halfway. I agree with you that Democrats can talk down to people like too much, and that we need to stop doing that. However, I will admit some people that come on here and some people that I talk to, they either don't know because they're ignorant, and I mean that in the sense that like they haven't looked it up, or they just don't care to learn. And I don't have time for people that don't want to sit down, take 5 minutes out of their life, and look something up, right? And so I will be empathetic to you if you're willing to learn. But there's a lot of people in this country that are not willing to learn, and they don't want to have new information. And like at some point, we can't just like play nice anymore because the Republicans don't play nice. So it's like we can't play nice either.
No, that's all of our point. We're just like also like as a human being, every single thing that someone says, I'm not gonna have the same reaction to. And I am gonna be talking to people that are pretty fucking crazy a lot more often than you're gonna talk to someone crazy on the street or in your daily life. Okay.
Yeah,
I promise
feel you.
I have talked to every fucking type of ideology in MAGA, every single one. Right. So it's like
Right.
I talk to all the crazy people, right? And like you see that. Because that's what gets people to respond to content more. Like people see that more, right? Which means it shows up on your For You page more likely.
Yeah, I get honestly at the end of the day, I just don't want old people running this country anymore.
You voted for Donald Trump over Kamala Harris, who's old.
Bro, but that's another issue though. Is you guys were pushing Biden as if he was like such a great option for so long. That's
Better
another
than
thing
Trump.
that
Better than
brought,
Trump.
that's another thing that brought people so away from the Democratic Party. Is you guys sat there and defended Biden so much.
I didn't.
What did we say? What did we defend Biden based on?
Or sorry, I guess Harry was the one that really sat there and
Well, that's Harry.
dick rided.
Bring it up with
Biden.
him.
Yeah,
Like, don't talk about.
we're
Yeah,
not friends
bring
with
it with him. I always talked about how Harry just kept going on and on about Biden and like wouldn't shut the fuck up about how he was clearly old and needed to like go retire. Like it was clear as day, and we admitted that. We here, Dean Parker and I all admitted at the time when he showed like on that stage that he looked like he was fucking 100 years old and had no idea what the hell he was talking about. Even though he still made a little bit more sense than Donald Trump. We admit that, right? But that still didn't make Donald Trump the better option.
Yeah. Well, honestly, at the end of the day, I respect you guys. If you know what, if that's your opinion. I just gave you guys my opinion on that. I honestly think you guys aided Donald Trump in winning the election just because you guys turned off so many people. And then you have people like Charlie Kirk who are actually respectful.
Oh, give me a break. Oh, give me a fucking break.
No, I'm just saying you more people.
You are the
like
most
Charlie
deluded
Kirk
person I've ever
compared
talked to.
you.
No, dude, shut the fuck up. You've never actually watched Charlie Kirk debates, okay? If you think he's respectful, you've never watched Charlie Kirk debate at all. Like, you are insane. I'm sorry. If you watch my debate with Charlie Kirk, they even cut things out. He explicitly, right, was like disrespectful to me before I even said anything to him, okay? So, like, bro is a disrespectful person in general. That is like an insane take. I can't even take it seriously.
I'll be serious with you. No, I'll be serious with you, and I've never told anybody this, but I told Parker this. I won't debate Charlie Kirk, like probably won't debate him because of the fact that I'm probably 99% sure he would make fun of me because I stutter. Like, I'm being 100% honest with you. Like, I won't debate these MAGA influencers because I guarantee you that the moment that I started to make sense and I started to like disprove them, they would make fun of the fact that I have a speech impediment. I guarantee you that. And so I'm not going to subject myself to that kind of fuckery when I can just come on here and everything. So that's why I won't do it.
You have enough followers to debate him anyways, Matt, honestly.
He won't debate me.
What do you mean? I'm not following. People have talked to me about the potential of that happening. I've been offered.
It's not going to happen, so.
I've been offered the damn thing, dude. So
right, cool.
you might not think I'm big here, okay? But people know who I am. Just because you don't doesn't mean anything. And I've denied it because of the fact that I don't want to subject myself to
You
that.
just told me you like being an outsider, so be an outsider. Don't go back on that shit. Anyways, the clips that come out of you guys are a lot less
I think you're being disrespectful right now, to be honest.
Matt literally just sat there and told me he loves being on the outside. He doesn't like people to know.
Compared to Parker and Dean, I am on the outside.
They're ranting about how people know him. I don't care, bro.
You just made the claim, and I was just disproving your claim that I've never like been approached about talking to like Charlie Kirk. I have been approached. Doesn't mean that I'm like world famous or anything.
Would you like a cookie? Congratulations.
Why are you're being so rude to him for no reason?
So you remember how
like
you
were trying to say like he's
why...
irrelevant? Like it's just so weird, bro.
I just don't know him. And he keeps hopping on my dick, bro.
What are you talking about, bro?
Do you remember how you asked why we'd be rude to people? Now you're proving our point. Because we have been nice to you this entire fucking time, and now you're like jumping down my throat because I was just answering your question. And you're mad because I'm challenging what you say. That's why we are quote unquote disrespectful with people. It's because the minute that you guys receive pushback, you all of a sudden get like a fucking tight, whatever the fuck. You just like start like jumping down our throats. I was simply answering your question. That's all I was doing.
Listen to your tone of voice compared to mine.
My short, thank you for $2. Jada, thank you so much for $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Jada, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
My tone of voice is fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Jada. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
So,
thank you so much, Jada. I appreciate it. Thank you. W Jada's in the chat.
But the clips that got released of you guys, the edits, it all made you guys look like people that weren't respectful, and they made conservatives look a lot more respectful, and that's why you guys lost the election. At the end of the day, that's all I gotta say. You don't have to agree.
You don't want to debate. You just want to sit here and say we lost. You think that we lost the election because of me?
I think that you, Harry, Dean, and Chris, whatever, Matt, all you guys had to play in it. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You guys helped Trump win, and I mean, I hope you guys.
I remember that.
Hey, I want him to ask. How did I do that? How did I cause Trump to win?
Because you guys constantly put. Oh, sorry, I got a DM.
Danny, think $2.
Okay, well, you wait.
He's gonna say. He's gonna say we. Go ahead.
But yeah, I honestly, people just dislike you guys, and I mean, I hope you guys keep going. Seriously, I really hope you guys keep going because you're gonna just keep winning Republicans the elections if you guys keep disrespecting people constantly.
You've disrespected us. Does that mean you've won
I
more
didn't
votes?
disrespect anyone.
You disrespected Matt. Does that mean that you're gonna cause more people to be like on the left side? Also, I just think that's just like a ridiculous statement. You're saying that because you want to spite us. Right? Like, you realize that we do have a positive impact, and instead of acknowledging and being a genuine person and saying that we have a positive impact, you like to lie to yourself and saying that I have, like, some sort of impact that helps, like, Republicans. No, I don't think that because I'm so rude, it leads to less people, like, liking Democrats overall. That's a ridiculous statement. Right? Donald Trump is actually the rude one if you want to look at, like, who's rude overall. And yeah, some circumstances I am too rude to people that I shouldn't be rude to. That's obviously, like something that I've done and I can take accountability and acknowledge, right? But, like, I'm not against you. I haven't against you. Why don't you address this? Why don't you actually engage with that? And I think that you can't even address that from that point. Even if I was rude, that still doesn't mean I fucking lost us the election. That's an insane
I said you helped Trump win it, is what I said.
Which means
you guys did.
Yeah. So again, you have no evidence to indicate that. Are you saying I net created Trump voters?
Well, no, I just know plenty of people that actually went against the Democratic Party.
If the stuff and the information you learned on my lives led to you voting for Kamala Harris, type 3 in the comment section right now. Zach, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Zach. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much, Zach. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Zach. Can we get some W's for Zach in the comment section right now?
Yes, and thank you to Hope for the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. And thank you to Jacob for the $1. I very much sympathize with your struggles. And thank you to Alyssa. I hope I said that right. I think for the $50. Thank you so much, Alyssa. Thank you so much for the $50. That means a lot to me. Thank you so much. Thank you.
But no, can you look at the comment
That'd be
section and be like, wow, there are lots of people that he has impacted to be able to like get to like vote and go out and do things. Like, so instead of just like sitting there and not acknowledging reality and saying like, oh, I'm here
Created so many voters. Why were there less Democratic voters this year? If you created so many voters, why did less people vote Democrat?
How do you know that even less people would have voted if it wasn't the case?
Why did I vote for Biden in 2020 and so many people voted for Biden? I know so many.
You voted for Biden. You voted. Wait, did you vote for Biden?
Vote Democrat in 2024. How did you create shit for?
Did you vote for voters? Dude, again, did you like not vote for Kamala Harris because of me?
I'm not saying that, but how did you guys?
So then what was your point? Like, so then why are you trying to attribute that I'm the reason why millions of people voted less?
I didn't say millions. You keep putting words in my mouth. Bro.
No, I'm acknowledging the reality that millions less people voted for Democrats in 2024 comparative to 2020. I can acknowledge that, right? But that doesn't mean that I caused there to be less people. I think that I had a positive impact on people voting for Kamala Harris, right? So I think that even less people. Okay, well, he got removed from guidelines. Even less people would have voted for Democrats if we didn't engage in this. The same way with any other type of activism or work, right? Obviously, everything adds. Echo, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And Kimberlyn, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $50 for this guy's a jerk. Thank you so much, Kimberlyn. I really appreciate the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Put some W's for Kimberlyn in the comment section right now. Thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. As well as Jordan, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Star Parts, did you vote for Donald Trump? All right, let's get this next person up here. Only sending guest requests if you did vote for Donald Trump. If you're on YouTube, make sure to like the stream. Everyone, it should up, get it out to more people. Let's try to get to 1,500 likes.
Thank you, Nina, for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
We have 1,000 right now. Let's try to get to 1,500. Yo, good morning. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah, and I just want to say you guys are a fucking joke.
Okay, why am I a joke?
Because you are.
Why so?
Because you kind of just interrupt people and you're kind of just a bigot, and yeah.
I'm a bigot?
A bigot.
Yeah.
How so? I got banned for harassment and bullying. Great, dude. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. What's up, everyone? Another snowflake on the live got us banned. Well. Very unfortunate, everyone. Very unfortunate. My third account, I don't get it back for another day. Oh, dude, it's later in the day, too. That's so rough. I don't have any account, chat. I have no account to go live from. I can ask Matt. Let me text Matt. Factual, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. And Raina, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, I really appreciate it, everyone. Thank you all so much. Y'all are so kind. So kind. All right, let me text Matt. Where is Matt? There we are. Hey, bro. Lol. He said yes already. He said I am live if you want to join. Oh, I can do that actually. Yeah, that's totally fine. That actually might make most sense anyway.
Okay, he's gonna join. Yeah. Okay, he's gonna join. Okay. Let me bring up the background. Let me bring up the background.
Give him a second, everyone.
There we go. Hey, thank you for the galaxy. Oh, thank you for the glasses.
All right, there we are. There we are. What's good? What's good?
The
account got banned. Very unfortunate, am I right?
Very unfortunate. Very. Okay, let's go here. Okay, everybody. If you are MAGA, hop in the chat. Let's debate. Hop in the chat. Don't be a scaredy cat. We're going to give it just a few more minutes and wait for some people to pop up.
You want to support Matt or I? Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link in bio. Oh, Matt, did you say you got a new microphone?
Stand or the actual microphone?
Stand and new microphone, because the other one, like the thing broke to like keep it on. And this one
I think
also
it's like
has a cloud mixer on the bottom. This one has a cloud mixer on the bottom, so I can increase the audio. The thing is, the issue I have is I got like this like mix amp thing.
That's what I have.
But the issue is that I need like headphones that go into this jack, and I don't have that.
Yes,
so
you need
I need a splitter. What I need is actually
a TRS cable. Yeah, you need a TRS cable.
A port that goes into that has a splitter with two 3.5 millimeter like jacks.
Yeah, so you want to get a TRS to a 3.5
splitter. 3.5 splitter.
Yeah, because it takes a TRS.
And then I think I will then possibly be able to do that. Does it work with the PC? Or I mean with the iPad?
So yeah, so you see the back
because it has 48 volts right here. So if I click 48 volts, I'll be able to then do this like on my microphone, and I'll be able to turn on the cloud mix amp if I just do this.
Oh, nice. Okay, nice.
You can't hear me when I turn it on because it doesn't have enough volts through the mix amp.
Enough volts. Okay, yeah, nice. Yeah. Because I use the Focusrite. I use that for to connect my guitar and my speakers.
And it works with the iPad.
As far as I know, yeah. You just need a dedicated plugin. So
yeah, it has a Type C. I know.
Yeah. So
Type C right here.
Yeah, pretty cool, huh?
Yeah. Hopefully I can get that to work.
Yeah,
I just need to get the what was the cable that I needed?
TRS to 3.5. Yeah.
To
so it looks like this.
3.5 millimeter splitter.
Looks like that, Parker.
Yeah, I know it looks like that, but I need one that has a splitter. Yeah, I see one.
Yeah. TRS is a so you want the TRS?
It needs to be like a splitter for the 3.5.
Thank you to Ani for the $5. Thank you so much for the $5. and for the message. I really appreciate it. Thank you to Sydney for the $1. Yeah, I know, Sydney, and thank you to Victoria for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate all of you. Okay, we're gonna add people up here and we're gonna start debating. Here we go. Hey, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 29 years old.
Did you vote Trump?
Yeah, and I did vote for Donald Trump, but
why so?
in the last couple of weeks, I've been regretting my vote.
Do you regret your vote, like fully?
Yeah, I do. I definitely, I definitely do regret it. I'm doing a lot of deconstruction and
Oh, nice, W.
just looking at some different things. I think for me personally, I voted for Donald Trump because I thought he was a better salesman than Kamala Harris was.
But like now you're regretting it. So okay, well, W. So thanks for coming on. Okay, hop in the box only if you voted for Donald Trump, everybody.
A lot of them that come up are like the two big ones, and I need like the two like ports where I can plug in like.
I'll try to look and see what I can find.
Like you know how it's like.
What's up, boys? What's up, boys?
Hey, what's up? How old are you?
And
oh, nice, W.
just looking at some different things. I think for me personally, I voted for Donald Trump because I thought he was a better salesman than Kamala Harris was.
But like now you're regretting it. So okay, well, W. So thanks for coming on. Okay, hop in the box only if you voted for Donald Trump, everybody.
A lot of them that come up are like the two big ones, and I need like the two like ports where I can plug in like.
I'll try to look and see what I can find.
Like you know how it's like.
What's up, boys? What's up, boys?
Hey, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 29 years old.
Nice. Did you vote Trump?
Oh, sure did.
Okay.
There's an echo.
What's up? Oh,
There's bad mic.
What did you say?
Unmute yourself, Matthew. Here. Okay. Now unmute and see if that comes back. Sorry. Okay. Unmute again, Matthew.
Boom,
okay.
unmuted.
Oh, there's still an echo. Like, are you on like a speaker?
There, I'm back in. Can you hear me now?
Let's test it. Yeah, that's better. Okay, there you go. Oh, okay, and now you're gone. Come
Yeah,
back to
just
live.
kick him out. He's just not figuring it out.
There we go.
Oh, there we
you
go.
Figure it out as soon as I fucking kick.
Come
you.
back in the chatter.
Dude,
Come back.
I'm gonna go insane.
Yeah, I know. Okay, here. Let's get this person up.
It's a troll, dude. You're gonna get all the trolls, and it's just like.
Yeah,
this
because
is-
I don't know
Do
people.
you want me
so-
to just do it?
Yeah. Just do it. I don't know the fucking people's names. But if you are in the chat, everybody, and you are MAGA, hop into the guest box. Be 18 or older and have voted for MAGA.
Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I'm 20.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
Why so?
Because he's the best president of all time.
Are you trolling?
No.
Okay, what makes you think he's the best president of all time?
Well, Matt is a fat bum. He's a faggot, right? Listen. Yeah.
I'm not a bum, but I am fat. So, good point.
People are so weird.
It's weird.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Thank you for $5. Thank you, big.
James, thank you for
That
$5.
guest,
Thank you so much.
I'm so sorry, but those guests are just like so rude. I'm so sorry for y'all.
You're good. You're
All good. All
man.
good.
Appreciate you.
I survived. It's all good. I think you served for $10. Thank you so much.
Jameson, this is the cloud lifter integrated into the Shure. It's the new Shure SM7DB, so it has a cloud lifter within it.
Built into it? Oh,
yeah,
nice.
and that's why I need 48 volts to be able to. The
Yeah,
48 volts will
it-
allow me to use the cloud lifter on
Yeah, because
the
does
Shure
it not have like a
SM7DB.
preamp in it or something?
Yeah, it has a preamp in it already
Oh, it
installed.
does. Okay.
Like you see this right here? This is the preamp already installed.
Oh, nice. Okay. W. Okay. All right. Remember. Here's Matthew again. So I'm gonna add him up since hopefully he got it fixed.
Matthew, have I already talked to you before?
Yes, you have. But not this time. It's been the previous on. I mean, I think we talked probably like.
See you later.
Master Fatty! Not 700 pounds. Master Fatty.
What are you, like 12 years old, dude? They're like 12 years old, man. Yo, what's up,
I
Pauline?
just find it funny.
All right. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get some debates
No,
today, man.
I doubt it.
What do we do, chat? What do we do? What do we do, chat? I wanted to go until 5 o'clock. Or not 5 o'clock. Sorry, I meant to say
7?
5 hours.
Oh, 5 hours, yeah.
And I'm at 3:41 right now, so we might go. I don't know.
I can
we'll
do
see.
a restart if you want me to do like a restart, and I'll have the background up at the time.
We
of the
could try
restart.
that. I just don't know if it would work.
Well, okay. Well, how about this? Do you want to go live on the account because people see your face and like when it comes up?
I
and
mean,
everything,
people
they
see
know?
my face anyway, so it's like.
Okay. All right.
I don't think it's gonna increase the proportionality of people.
I
that
think you seen it for $1.
Yeah,
And
what's up, how old are
no.
you?
I'm 18. How's it?
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah. Yes, I did.
Okay. Why did you vote for Donald Trump?
Well, I think he's definitely the better option with Kamala, and I also think he's doing more for the country and going to benefit us in the long run better.
What makes you think that?
Oh, thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate it. Sorry, I just had to thank the gifters.
They went to Matt.
Oh,
Thank you. Thank you so
come on,
much.
Matt. At least thank them. Come on.
Hey, I'm sorry. I was like looking away. I'm sorry.
All right. Well, Trump's doing better for the economy, and
how so?
Well, these tariffs are actually going to help get us in a better spot in the future.
The tariffs are going to get us into a better spot. How so?
Because Trump said just trust him, and the prices are going to go down in the long run. So
trust him? Why do you trust him?
Because shout out Womb, faggot.
Okay.
You tapped in with
These people.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 25.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
There's a plethora of reasons, but one of the main reasons is his handling of Israel.
Do you agree with the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians?
So when you talk about ethnic cleansing, I think that's a...
Have I talked to you before?
That's a term that a lot of Democrats like to use. I don't see...
Have I talked to you before?
No.
I feel like you're lying.
I mean, I can explain to you why we should fully support it.
Yeah, I've talked to him before. I totally know it. It's Ty? Yeah, I've talked to him. Yosef, how old are you?
Yo, I'm 19. You brought me up on your old live. I accidentally queued, and I just want to say I'm not.
Oh, you're good. You're good. Don't worry. Appreciate you. All right, this next person up here, only sending guest requests. You did vote for Donald Trump. Yosef, how old are you?
19.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
Yeah, why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
Well, I'm gonna preface by saying I'm not particularly a fan of Donald Trump. I voted for him, but just simply because I thought he was the better option, not necessarily he was a good or great option. I just thought he was the better one.
Sure. Can I ask you a question? What is faith?
I define faith as believing in something or putting your trust in something you have good reason to.
Okay. All right. Well, okay. Well, then you define it differently than most people. Okay. I mean, secondly, go back to it. Can you name me a Trump policy that he influenced to get passed that you like?
Sorry, say that again?
Can you name me a Trump policy he influenced to get passed that you like?
Yeah, well, this wasn't one specific policy, but I agreed with the overturning of Roe v. Wade, and he appointed the Supreme Court justices to do so.
To overturn Roe versus Wade? And you agree with that? Okay. So do you think that abortion is wrong in the first trimester?
Yes.
Okay. And you think that's because of your religion, right?
Not necessarily. I agree. I just think murder is wrong, and I think it's murder.
But that's wrong because of your religion, right?
Murder is wrong because of my religion, yes.
Okay. So where in the Bible does it say that abortion should be illegal?
Well, it doesn't mention abortion specifically because abortion is a procedure. Okay, tell me where.
Well, I mean, I would refer to like an intentional miscarriage as an abortion.
Okay, and where is that in the Bible?
Numbers 5.
And what does it say?
It calls for the like if a woman specifically like engages in adultery or in the context of a marriage and she becomes pregnant in that context, that she should get like an intentional miscarriage based upon quote unquote dirty water. Was it dirty water or what was it called? That
bitter water.
Bitter water. Sorry.
Bitter.
Okay, yeah. So I know what story you're referring to. A couple thoughts on that. One, it actually is an ambiguous translation of the term miscarriage, so or abortion or murder, however you want to define it. It's in context. It the evidence seems to show that it's pointing towards actually infertility and not miscarriage. That's why it says.
So then you force infertility.
Yeah, like that. It seems to be referring to infertility instead of she already being pregnant.
Okay, so if you enforce that, so then you're arguing that if a woman then gets like what's it called pregnant from adultery, they should be forcefully made infertile.
No, not necessarily, because this is like you said, it's found in Numbers, which is part of the Torah. That's part of.
And you agree with that, right? So that should happen in the past, right?
No, I'm not saying we should do that. I'm saying
at points in the past, should that have happened?
At points in the past, should that have happened?
Mm-hmm. At any point in history, should that occur?
Well, it was a command from God then, so it was specifically towards a specific group of people. So he gave it to those people for a reason, I would say. But I wouldn't say it's necessarily prescribing everyone in modern day to go in and make women infertile because, well, I don't even know how
back
you do
then
that.
It should, those women should have been made infertile, and that was good.
What do you mean by that?
Like you should have made the women infertile. Why not the men though?
What do you mean?
For back then, why only the women?
Why only the women? Like
yeah, like if the women cheaters, they should be forcefully sterilized, but the men cheat, they shouldn't be.
Well, if men cheat, they're actually called to be stoned to death. So it's not like the men weren't getting punished.
Okay, and do you think that should happen if men were to cheat? So like, do you think Donald Trump in the past, if he were alive in the past, should have been stoned to death?
Should he have been stoned to death?
Yes.
In the past, in terms where this law still applies.
Yes. If Donald Trump were teleported back, right, into that time period, should he be stoned to death?
Well, let me put it this way. If Donald Trump was living in that day and age, not necessarily teleported back, because that involves like time travel. I think that's maybe not best way to phrase it, but let's say he existed
God can't time travel?
Well, he can't. I'm just saying, and let's say Donald Trump existed back then instead of like time
Donald Trump was sent back in history by God.
Donald Trump was sent back in history by God.
So should he then be stoned to death?
Well, I wouldn't say. It depends on if Donald Trump.
Think of the $5. It depends.
Well, no, okay, no. Let me put it. So, what I'm trying to say, I just think if Donald Trump was living under those laws in that day and he was justly convicted of a crime that God calls for
of adultery, like of cheating on 3 different wives.
Yeah, if he was,
then in that context, do you think he should be stoned to death, right?
If he was justly, what's the word? Sorry, I'm blanking. If he was justly accused of that, and
yeah, so he should be stoned to death.
Not today. No, that's not what the law says.
If he were to be teleported back in time, he should be stoned to death.
Well, if he were to be teleported back in time, that assumes he would be under the laws of that day. Is that what you're implying?
Yep. Yeah. Why wouldn't he be? He's back in that time period.
Well, let's say I went back in time to, the early days of America. Does that mean I'm okay in owning a slave because it was legal?
I mean, not in my view, because that's not my morality.
Yeah, that's not
what? This is your morality. What are you talking about? Under your view, you'd be justified because slavery is totally condoned in the Bible.
Where is it condoned in the Bible?
Yeah, Exodus 21, 20 through 21, and Leviticus 25, 44 through 46.
Yeah, and what do those verses say?
Yeah, your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. And actually, like, let me read it off for you.
Sure, yeah.
Leviticus 25, 44 through 46 says your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. You may also buy some of the temporary residents among you and members of their clans born in your country, and they will become your property. You can bequeath them to your children as inherited property, and you can make them slaves for life. But you must not rule over your fellow Israelites ruthlessly.
And this was in Leviticus, you said, or is this the Exodus one?
This is Leviticus. You want to hear Exodus?
Sure, why not?
The Exodus one says, give me 1 second. Through 21. Boom, right here. It says anyone who beats their male or female slave with a rod must be punished if the slave dies as a direct result, but they shall not be punished if the slave recovers after a day or two, since the slave is their property.
Okay, what verse is this? Can you tell me?
Exodus 21, 20 through 21. So do you
Okay,
think,
can you go back,
do you think that
go back 4 verses?
Okay. You want me to go back to 16?
Yes.
You're saying anyone who kidnaps someone
I got an answer.
is to be put to death, whether the victim has been sold or is still in the kidnapper's possession?
Yeah.
Yes.
I got an answer. So the problem is that most slaves were not kidnapped. They were plunder from wars. They were plunder from being sold as property. So it's talking about the Israelites directly kidnapping somebody. That's what's punished, not the a plunder in war, not those type of things. That's where most slaves came from.
Sure. My point with this is
Bro thought he had us. That's crazy.
my point with this is
You thought you were slick, bro.
No, that's not at all what I said. My point with this was servanthood in the ancient world is nothing like probably your depiction of slavery in terms of like early America wasn't based on race, wasn't based on class. It was, in fact, there were doctors and lawyers who were slaves back then. It's an indentured servanthood. So it's a means of working off debt. And the Bible actually talks about treating your slaves fairly and releasing them under certain conditions.
Yeah, so you're correct that the Bible makes a distinction, which is why they use different words. Like when it talks about a slave, Eved, it directly talks about in other adjectives to describe what that is. So the word Eved means slave or servant. But when it talks about the Hebrews, it says Hebrew servant to give you a clear distinction that these are servants as debt slaves versus the overall chattel slavery, which is just the standard Eved. That's the difference. And you can't compare laws in the 1800s to laws back then. You have to compare the conduct. What we do know is about the laws back then, but not the conduct. Whereas today, we have both the laws and the conduct. That's why they're not the same. But what we do know is it was chattel slavery. Is every single qualification that it leads out in Leviticus 25 is the exact same that you find in other nations who got slaves through war plunder, who considered them as property, who considered their children as property, and they worked for no money and they had no way to get out. Only Hebrews had the way to get out. That's the distinction.
Yeah, and that's my point actually, is that the Bible does not condone those other forms of slavery.
Oh, no, it very much does.
It condones.
Tell me,
No,
what does
it
it
very
condone
much
that
does.
specific form of slavery?
God gives you the exact rules for both indentured servitude and for chattel slavery. That's what Leviticus 25 is. It's God directly telling Moses what you can do to own a slave as property. That's why in Exodus 21, God is telling you about how to treat a slave, and what comes right before that? The 10 Commandments. God is telling you rules that you must follow. That's why God is laying out prescriptions about what you should do. That's why he mentions one section is about what you do with Hebrews, one section is what you do with everybody else.
Sure. I guess there's kind of two different sides to this. So there's laws that are, prescribed, as you said, do this, don't do this. And I would say there's another category where it says, here is the situation you're in, here's what to do if you find yourself in that situation. So in other words, when, the Bible says...
Wait, Zach, I just want to make sure you explicitly clear on this. You explicitly clear that in this context, in this Bible, it's saying that chattel slavery is totally okay to do at this time period.
No, that's actually what I was getting at. So I believe it is saying not do this, own this slave, or it is okay that you own the slave. It says, here is where you're at, here is how to do good and where you're at. It's not necessarily saying go and do likewise.
No, see, that's the problem, though, is you're putting words into the text. God is not saying, oh, your culture is like this, therefore let me give you rules for that culture. He's telling you what you should do in these cases because they take it for granted that this is just the way that you do things, right? Nowhere within the Bible does it even think about, within the 5 books, does it even question the idea that owning chattel slavery is bad.
Yeah, wait, why doesn't it just say that? Why doesn't it just say, don't own slaves?
Yeah, it's because, right, the people
I want
who
to
wrote
hear
the
Zach's
Bible...
explanation.
Oh, sure.
Why doesn't it just say in the Bible, don't own slaves?
Yeah, well, as I was saying, first of all, it doesn't explicitly say verbatim, don't own slaves, but it talks about... well, I'm getting to that. If you read the book of Philemon, for example, that's in the New Testament, granted, but I think it still is a helpful context. You see Paul writing to Philemon, who was a slave owner. He had a slave, and he was a runaway slave. And then Paul says, accept him back no longer as a slave, but as a brother in Christ. So that is the distinction there. It is that God isn't necessarily condoning slavery. And in fact, there are certain verses such as that seem to say...
Wait, didn't Paul say it was preferable for you to not have sex?
What does that have to do with slavery?
I'm just saying, you don't take that, do you? Just because he said something was preferable doesn't mean that was the word of God in terms of that's his exact prescription. This is Paul making a prescription of what he says is preferable, right?
I'm not sure what you're getting at.
I'm interpreting. But that's just Paul prescribing what he sees to be preferable. That's not like what he's saying God told him or comes from God.
Sure, yeah, I get that. I think you just need to humor me when I'm making this point, because you are viewing this as a problem of internal inconsistency. So therefore, I can use my worldview, assuming it is true, in order to answer the question.
And Paul right there doesn't say that like there shouldn't be slavery. Paul just says accept him back as a brother in Christ and not as a slave. That's all he says.
Yeah, therefore he's saying
that still doesn't mean that he's against slavery in all circumstances, or that he thinks it's immoral to engage in slavery. That would be a great time to say don't.
I can argue, right? In fact, I would argue that Paul is part of a growing tradition in the Greek and Roman world that is starting to question slavery, right? But even when you read that letter, Paul never says that the institution of slavery that was so prevalent is a bad thing or like should have gone away. He's simply saying, oh, this one slave, he has become a Christian now, therefore you should treat him as a Christian as a brother in Christ. But Paul's not saying, oh, you know how you own all those other slaves? Let's just free them, right? Paul again doesn't question the very institution of slavery. He's simply saying we have a Christian slave. Let's treat him like we treat all the other Christians. That's the difference, right? Which is why you can cite Greek and Roman authors at the time who were very skeptical of slavery and thought it was a bad thing, and were getting secular ideas for why it's a bad thing. Paul doesn't do that. Paul only mentions it once because Paul himself is using Onesius as his own slave. That's why he's sending him back. It's because Paul had him as his own slave and saying, well, now he's a Christian. I'm gonna send him back to you, but like don't treat him as the slave.
Okay, well, I want to offer some slight correction there. You mentioned that's the only time Paul mentions that is just false. In 1 Corinthians 7, he encourages slaves to actually gain their freedom if possible. And he also mentions in Galatians 3 that there's no Jew or Greek, there's no slave or free, there's no male and female, for you're all one in Christ Jesus. So his point in that verse, while not explicitly condemning slavery there, his point is we are all one in Christ Jesus. Therefore saying slaves are not slaves are not less valuable than anybody else. That's irrelevant when you're in Jesus.
In paradise. No, in paradise. Because Paul's not saying that there's no male and female here on earth, right? Paul's not saying that. He's not saying that there's no master or slave here on earth. He's saying in paradise, in the new Eden, right? God, under Jesus Christ, there is no master or slave. There is no male or female. But God, like Paul is not saying what is happening here on earth.
Well, in Christ Jesus, that's not referring to paradise. I think it's referring to identity.
Wait. You're saying that once someone becomes a Christian, there's no like a male or female?
No, I'm not saying Paul is teaching modern gender theory. I'm saying Paul is saying that when you are in Christ, as in when your identity is in Christ, male and female is irrelevant to your relationship with Christ.
On earth.
Yeah, it's irrelevant to your relationship in Christ.
Well, then that contradicts Paul himself, because Paul tells us in other places that women should act a certain way, that women are either at or less than, and Paul talks about how the male should be the head of the church. Paul talks about all the time about how there should be a gender imbalance here going on. Now you're saying that Paul all of a sudden is like this radical gender like person who's like, yeah, you know what? When we're all Christian, male and female just like don't matter because we're all like one in Jesus Christ. No, Paul's not saying that. He's saying that in the new world that is to come in Jesus Christ, there is no more male or female. There's no more a master or slave. None of us, we are all the same in Jesus. But it makes no sense of all those things here on earth unless you believe Paul to be this radical like progressive and of the time, which I just don't believe is the case.
Well, I would say Paul isn't saying that they don't exist. I'm saying Paul says that is irrelevant when your identity is in Christ. Now, that doesn't mean men and women don't have certain roles. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what Paul was saying. He's simply saying you can be saved whether you are male or female. And also, you mentioned Paul said there was a gender imbalance. He like prescribed gender imbalance.
Okay.
We'll move on back to
go back to politics because this is why I was like, I don't want to hear religion the whole time.
Fair enough.
On politics stuff, but I mean,
hold on one second.
I'd love to.
All right, thank you to Arlene. I put the $25. Thank you so much for the $25, and I think to Kathleen also for the $5. And I will do that, Kathleen. That's a very good idea. I'm gonna do that right now. Okay. Zach, why'd you vote for Trump other than like other things?
Yeah, I know we kind of got off topic. So this initially started with the abortion issue, right? I'm pro-life, and I believe Trump is a more pro-life president, not as pro-life as I would like personally, but he was more pro-life than the Democratic Party. So that was a big issue for me.
Okay, so we're just gonna get back into the same conversation.
Well, did you not want to? You don't want to talk about abortion then?
Well, you're not understanding is that's predicated off of your religion. The same conversation we just have. I could just dispute your religion if is that what you want. Because again, we always start this conversation from me being like, oh, okay, where in the Bible does it say that abortion should be illegal? You didn't show us anywhere in the Bible where it should be illegal. Yet you prescribe because it's against God's morality that it should be illegal. So then Trump should be in prison for adultery, right? No, you don't.
No. Okay, maybe perhaps I didn't explain myself properly. My point was I'm happy to talk about the issue of abortion without mentioning religion. My point in what your question was that I believe murder is wrong because of my religion. I think we both can agree murder is wrong. We just might, believe that.
Yeah, but that's the basis.
Believe that
you think it should be illegal. So I'm asking you, why do you think it should be illegal? You're gonna say
why should abortion be illegal?
Yeah.
Because I believe it murders another human being.
Is it based on your morality or?
So